Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
To the entrance. Don't let him see you. Wait for my command. Oh, bravo! What an impressive display. A pity you could not let your father live to see it. As for your mother, once I've dealt with you, I promise I'll give her my full attention.
All right. Welcome back to another Assassin's 2 stream. Auditore level. I love it. Hey Valevi. Hey Verot. How's it going, Sandy? Hope you had a good day and a good stream. Holy McGuire is also in the building. Very nice. Hey Max. Welcome in, dude. Thank you for the lurk. And yeah, welcome back to another AC2 stream. We're gonna be continuing today where we left off yesterday with sequence 2. And yeah, we're basically still very early into the game. At this point we just gotten the assassin outfit and attended the execution of our father and our two brothers. So now it's just kind of like at the stage where he's not really trying or not really knowing what to do next, because you know, he's still like 16 and he just talks like his father, and I don't know. And he also of course doesn't know about the assassins and why his father even died in the first place, I guess. But yeah, we're about to find that out, and then it's time to take action. Ah, very nice, Rod. That's good. I'm glad you got to finish with the first Silent Hill. But yeah, it's going very good. Had a nice day so far. Doing today with some more AC2, so I'm very, very stoked to be back into this game. At this point, it's been like almost a year since I last played it.
That's a funny getup. Isn't that...
I've never seen it.
Cheers, Rod. Thank you, dude. Any news on the couch? Yeah, basically, since my coupons that I have are kind of like over a year old at this point, I had to like reactivate them, which meant that I have to wait like 24 hours until they are usable again, apparently. So when I tried to order it yesterday, I actually couldn't, so I have to wait until this evening, and hopefully then they activate it again so I can, you know, use them on the couch. But yeah, should be good by tonight, I think. But yeah, how's work going though, Levi? It's been alright so far. And we have here Desmond Miles modeling the modern assassin comfy attire. You can not only sleep in it, but also run around climbing buildings, jumping and other strenuous activities, especially assassinating. Exactly, dude. It's very comfortable. I can highly recommend it. Ah, okay, I got you, Levi. Yeah, that's fair. Gotta get you guys settled first. And leave it outfit, to be honest. Yeah. I wouldn't mind having it either. I think in general the Giovanni outfit is kind of underrated. There's still 300 people in one core? That's insane. So have you talked at all in the core, or is it just like listening? Because I guess like with 300 people there isn't much room for participation. The La Rosa Cota. Opened in 1465, La Rosa Cota, the placket rose, quickly became essential to Florentine life. The women there were known for being upper class. They were educated in poetry and the arts, as well as sexual intercourse. It was not rare to see members of the Signoria at La Rosa Cota, and even on occasion the Medici. Yeah, that's fair levy. Yeah, that's insane. Like a core with 300 people.
There's one of the symbols. What does it mean? It must be there for a reason. Can you take a closer look? Hey! Try using eagle vision. Not got all day.
Leonidas amount. Exactly. Right, let's go ahead and scan this symbol. So these are the glyphs. We're gonna be doing all of them in the end, like for the playthrough. And what's really cool about them is kind of that they give you a lot of information about the 20th century, but also kind of like throughout time and the connection to the pieces of Eden as well.
Wait, that's not possible. This can't be. Hold on. That's computer code. Let me compile it. Oh shit, it's an encrypted file.
Upload it to my computer. I'm a master at decryption.
I can't! It's only compatible with the Animus itself.
Upload it to Desmond then. I can't believe this.
Hello, this is... They call me Subject 16. Listen, I don't have much time. There's something I have to show you. We have been lied to this whole time. Everything we know, everything we've been brought up to believe, it's wrong. Okay, I've uploaded the evidence, the file that proves it all. But I've split it into 20 pieces and locked each with a code. Can't be too careful. Queen Isabella. No, not her. What century is it? Never mind. I've hidden the code to the first file inside this program. Find it. Find them all. And along the way, you'll begin to see the truth.
What the heck? How did this get inside our Animus?
Oh, the memory core. We transferred 16's memory data from Abstergo into the Animus 2.0. He must have hacked the machine when Vidic left him alone between sessions.
Oh, hold on, wait a second. The signs on the walls in Abstergo, the ones written in blood, those were clues. He was telling us to look for them inside the Animus.
Indeed. So that's the importance of the symbols that Clay also kind of like has written all over the walls, but also the floors of the Abstergo facility. It's both kind of like one Desmond, but also to say to him that you know, inside the memory core that they've gotten from the Animus in Abstergo, that Clay basically hacked and inserted his symbols into. They have to kind of like look in the world of Ezio's memories, and there he has left behind all of his messages, telling us more about what he has seen through his memories, like with all of his Animus sessions, but also like what happened in the 20th century and kind of like how Abstergo got founded and their influence on, you know, for example, the Second World War, but also the Cold War and certain countries becoming like more capitalistic, I guess. Yeah, exactly, Rod. How to waste the time of 299 people. John Danger and Master of Encryption and Coffee Hastings. Yeah, it's so funny that Coffee like side story. The way he's like, you know, flexing about it in Brotherhood, and then in Black Flag, you know, Rebecca's like, you make shit coffee. After playing Revelations of the Lost Archives, this and Brotherhood, parts of Clay's memories, etc. hit different. Exactly, dude, yeah. It's so good how it's like a continuing story for the modern day, and how Clay plays a big role up until Revelations. But even like in, you know, Black Flag, you still have these kind of like memos from Desmond, but he also talks about his kind of like experiences in Revelations with Clay. Yeah, the glyph puzzles are so good. Definitely one of my favorite aspects about this game. The better of 300, 299 versus a 1. Yeah. Interesting chances. Yeah, no worries, Levi. I hope you enjoy your luck, and hope the rest of the workday goes well. And yeah, I'll talk to you later. Okay, so 5 of these mythic scenes share a core similarity. Pick them out and you begin to see. We have Cupid and Psyche, Yenna and Callisto, Fall, so that's Adam and Eve, as well as the snake, plucking one of the apples of Eden, the birth of Venus, Hercules in the garden of the Hesperides, Atalanta and Hippomenes, the judgment of Paris, the triumph of Bacchus, Idun and the airboats, Mercury, Herse and Aclaros, and yeah, that's it. So one thing that's definitely a similarity is of course the apple playing a big role, and it has the shape of a course, so that's kind of what we're looking for here, the apple of Eden. So we got of course the Fall, Hercules in the garden of the Hesperides, Atalanta and Hippomenes, judgment of Paris, and Idun and the airboats. Macaroni and cheese. Yeah, that's a true power combo. Nothing better. That's what the Isus actually looked for. And especially Abstergo. Yeah, dude. I mean, pasta and cheese is always an excellent combo. Machiavelli and cheese. Ava J.
I think we have the wrong building.
No. No, this is it.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Messer Ezio. Annetta speaks quite highly of you. I can see why.
I appreciate the kind words, Madonna.
Ti prego. Call me Paola.
Thank you for offering your home to my family, Paola.
It was the least I could do. You must be tired. Perhaps you'd...
No, grazie. I can't stay.
Why? Where are you going?
To kill Uberto Alberti.
I understand your desire for vengeance, but the Gonfaloniere is a powerful man. You are not a killer, Ezio.
Spare me the lecture.
But I can make you one.
And why are you going to teach me how to kill?
I'm not. I'm going to teach you how to survive. Come.
I love it. It's not about, killing first, but, actually blending in and making sure that you will get out of a situation. But yeah, Paola in general is a quite interesting character, I think, also with the backstory that she has. Fitting in. Learn the ways of the courtesans.
Discretion is paramount in my profession. We must walk the streets freely, seen but unseen. You too must learn to blend like us, and become one with the city's crowd.
Courtesans. Prostitution was one of the most popular occupations for Renaissance women, whose only other option in most cases were staying with their families or living in a convent. Italian society supported prostitution, and many brothels were regulated by the government. At the end of the 50th century, cities started to pass laws against prostitution, forcing courtesans to wear specific outfits and separating them from respected society.
My girls will show you how.
Yeah, exactly right.
Take good care of you.
I think it's really well done. Kind of a combination of story and gameplay in general in AC2.
Come a little bit closer, Ezio.
Like it always really fits like whatever they try to achieve, I guess.
Like what you see?
You can practice with me anytime.
Paola. Born 1438, profession, Madame of La Rosa Cota. There isn't much information about Paola in the history books, but the Florentine archives reveal that she was orphaned at the age of 8, when her parents were killed at sea. Left with a choice between joining a nunnery and prostitution, she began her life on the streets. At 16, she vanishes from the records, only to reappear at the age of 20 when she was arrested for murdering a city guard. On an interesting note, Giovanni Auditore represented her in court, winning the case on a self-defense plea. Released from prison, Paola went on to start her own brothel to protect many other unfortunate women of the street. And yeah, this of course because she was picked up from the streets by the assassins eventually, and Giovanni Auditore kind of like being her counselor is because he was, helping out a fellow assassin, essentially. And I reckon the reason for why she opened up the brothel would be to kind of like give also reason to the, kind of like public for actually like being kind of like, I guess kind of like being part of society in a way, After killing a guard and having to speak up for it in court, I guess she's kind of like hiding in plain sight with the brothel, like actively. But of course from there she's still like controlling some aspects of the street life.
Come a little bit closer, Ezio.
I love the density of like crowds and citizens in this game. Actually, quite a lot of NPCs, especially for the time of a game.
That's an outlandish hood. Bah, damn, a foreigner.
Bene. Now that you've learned to blend, I'll show you how to use it for more than just moving around. Let's teach you how to steal.
Assassinations!
She's like...
Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
Hey there, Kobe. Assassino. Hope you're having a good day so far.
Once you've stolen from someone, Ezio, you mustn't linger.
Help! Somebody stop him!
Hey, my purse is gone. Help! Grab me!
There we go. Now we can steal and blend with crowds, which is very useful, of course. Especially for the first assassination we're going to be doing. We're close to getting the platinum for AC Brotherhood. Only need the subject 16 puzzles. Hell yeah. I love those puzzles so much. And also really damn interesting for the lore information. That's good progress, Kobe. So done with everything else. So I reckon you also did 100% for the Leonardo war machines.
You can go now, girls.
Oh, do we have to?
So innocent.
He's cute.
Now that you have learned how to approach the enemy, we need to find you a suitable weapon.
What would you have me use?
Ah, but you already have the answer.
Hey, my father's blade and bracer. How did you get them?
By using the same skills I've just taught you.
It's not exactly in working condition.
I assume you're familiar with Leonardo da Vinci.
See, but how does a painter factor into this?
He's far more than that. Bring him the pieces. You'll see.
Before I go, one last question, if I may.
Of course.
Why have you given your aid so readily to me, a stranger?
I too know betrayal.
Ace up my sleeve. Visit Leonardo da Vinci at his workshop to see if he can repair Giovanni's blade. And of course we've seen in Assassin's Creed Lineage how the blade actually got broken, which was in the fight against Rodrigo and his men. And when they attacked him, he tried to deflect the incoming blow with his hidden blade, which basically broke the blade. Indeed, Leonardo. The OG. Hey Vermola, welcome in, dude. So you assume AC2 is also Desmond? Indeed, yeah. Yeah, AC1 to AC3 is all Desmond. Including Brotherhood and Revelations. Also played some missions of Da Vinci Disappearance yesterday. The ending is so sweet. Yeah. I really enjoy the DLC a lot, actually. It's like a nice continuation of Leonardo's story. But also has some nice puzzles, and I also quite enjoy the missions. Either Beverson. Is there a way to check follow age? Yeah, I think you just have to type an exclamation mark follow age, and it should do it. Yeah, Mola, I'm actually excited for you to do yours. It's gonna be interesting seeing what you think of the games. Yeah, might have been on cooldown. Could just try again, maybe. If not, I could check for you.
Why do I think I know? That's you! You cover! Did you see where he went? Yeah, there, get it!
Another mercenary. Dyes or pure in municipal water sources. Remember, all tanning must be conducted outside the city limits. Offenders will be fined.
Yeah, no worries, Beverson. Yeah, that wasn't me. I've actually never done 24 hours stream before. However, I do play through the series like every year, and I usually play like a lot of AC another week, so yeah, definitely like a regular AC streamer. Also, hey, Mamok, welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Oh, Ezio Auditore! I didn't expect to see you again. What with all that's happened. Ah, where are my manners? Welcome back. Now, how can I be of service?
I was hoping you could repair something of mine.
Of course! Come, this way! Che pasticcio. Tutto santo giorno che cerco. Let me clear a space. Alright, let's see it. Fascinating. I don't know, Ezio. Despite its age, the construction is rather advanced. I've never seen anything quite like it. I'm afraid there's not much I can do without the original plans. Mi dispiace. Wait.
What are you doing?
The contents of this page are encrypted, but if my theory is correct, based on these sketches, it may very well...
It may very well what?
Please, sit.
Leonardo, eh?
Shh. Remarkable. If we transpose the letters and then select every third... There! It's finished!
Huh? What's finished?
The blade. I managed to decode that parchment of yours. It showed me exactly what to do. Now all that's left is to remove your ring finger.
Really?
I'm sorry, but this is how it must be done. The blade is designed to ensure the commitment of whoever wields it.
Bene. Do it quickly.
I was only having fun, Ezio. Though the blade once required a sacrifice, it's been modified. You can keep your finger.
Yeah, I love that moment so much. The way Leonardo's like fooling Ezio there. But also Leonardo kind of like acknowledging what Adi has written in the Codex page, right? About like how the blade required a sacrifice, but Adi actually changed that. It didn't require the finger to be taken anymore because it didn't need to be. Yeah, it probably was AC in February, Beverson. I tried to think what game I played at the time, but it must have been during the Desmond Saga for sure. So anywhere between AC2 to AC3. When is Saga again? Is that in Venice? I think so, yeah. I think it's in Venice. Pretty sure. Yeah, I never miss that one. And if I do, I replay the entire game. Yeah, not really, but I definitely wouldn't miss it.
Incredible.
Yes, it is. Tell me, do you have other pages like this?
I'm sorry, only the one.
Listen, if you ever do happen across another one of these, please, bring it to me.
You have my word. And thank you for fixing this.
By order of the Florentine Guard! Open this door!
Just a moment. Wait here.
Are you Leonardo da Vinci?
See, how may I be of service?
I need you to answer some questions.
Certainly.
You get your money when you fix this damn door.
What seems to be the trouble?
A witness claims to have seen you consorting with an enemy of the city.
What? Me? Consorting? Preposterous.
When was the last time you saw or spoke with Ezio Auditore?
Who?
Non fare il finto tonto! We know you were close with the family. Perhaps this will help to clear your head. Ready to talk? What about now? Tell me what I want to know and we can end this.
Grazie, Ezio.
Sorry about that.
I've grown accustomed to their abuses.
What of the body?
Bring it inside and put it with the others.
Others?
The city gives them to me for research.
Alright, sounds good, Beaver. Does this take place in France or Italy? Yeah, it's Italy. It was a bad Italian accent, you noticed. Top of moment to you. Thank you, Mola. And yeah, it's definitely kind of like, you know, not an authentic Italian accent. We had like mostly Canadian actors kind of like do an Italian accent. And I mean, some of them even are, you know, native French, like Canadian French speakers, so it's definitely kind of like a mix and match of accents going on. Yeah, Germany here as well.
Over there. See? Like it never happened.
Thank you, Leonardo. For everything.
Anytime. And remember, if you find more of those strange pages, bring them to me. Should they contain new designs, I will upgrade your blade as well.
Of course. Now, I really should be getting back to Paola.
Porgile I miei omaggi.
Alright, nice. Give me actually 1 or 2 minutes, but I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. Kinda hoping for Ezio to just be crowded by singers now while I'm away. That would have been funny as heck. Get like a choir of a minstrel singers. That always reminds me of the quests in Revelations as well, when you know, Ezio's pretending to be one, and like all the songs that he's singing. Let's have a look if we can spot any feathers from here. Okay, don't. Right. Guess we could try out our blade. However, I'm not sure if we can do even Assassinations at this point, can we? Yeah, we can't. But it doesn't matter. Just gonna kill these guys like that.
There! Hold him!
Yeah, no worries, Poopy. I wish you best of success with the rest of Brotherhood and the puzzles. I decided to play the first 5 ACs and then maybe a different game, then pick it up with 6. It's a lot of content. Definitely is, dude, but it's very much worth it. And it will definitely feel like a bit varied as well, because each game kind of like adds something new and has like a different kind of like story. So yeah, won't be getting as boring as quickly, I think. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see you play those games, dude. Have you decided yet when you think about starting them?
You were gone for quite a while.
Leonardo likes to talk.
That he does. But I trust he did more than talk. Impressive.
I'm rather fond of it myself.
I've given you the skills. Leonardo's given you the blade. All that remains is the deed.
Where can I find Uberto?
According to my girls, he'll be attending an unveiling tonight of Verrocchio's latest work. It will be held at the Santa Croce cloister.
Watch over my mother and sister while I'm away.
Of course, Ezio. As if they were my own.
The facial animation is actually really good for like this game, and also like as a step up from AC1. Judge, Jury, Executioner. Visit the art show at Santa Croce, find Uberto, and exact revenge. Next Monday, Mola? Oh yeah. I gotta make sure to keep a time window free. I can watch you make a start.
Uberto Alberti, trusted friend of the Auditore family. According to the history books, this guy was a saint. He prosecuted murderers, rapists, the worst criminals. One of the best lawyers in Italy, he won every case, in spite of the fact that he was self-taught. Now, I found a back door into the Templars database server. I've been combing it for some kind of smoking gun. I found it. Apparently, Uberto's family was evicted by the Medici Bank. Uberto's been aching for revenge ever since. And the Templars promised him support. Ezio's father was standing in the way, and Uberto was jealous of his influence over the Florentine government. Two birds with one stone, isn't it? It looks like Uberto used his election to the Signoria as his opportunity to strike.
I gotcha. So the first game is about 10 to 15 hours, depending how much you do. So I reckon you could finish it in like 4 streams minimum. Like maybe even 3, depending on how much you do. But yeah, it's a pretty short game overall. Like, but it really depends also on your playstyle and, you know, how much time it's gonna take for like other stuff in the main story. I mean, in that case, you can definitely finish it in 3 to 4 streams, I would say. But yeah, AC2, Brotherhood, and Revelations all have roughly the same size. I would say in both games you spend roughly 15 to 20 hours each. Which also isn't overly long, but it's definitely more content and more story than one had. The Santa Croce. The largest Franciscan church in the world, the Basilica di Santa Croce, contains frescoes by Giotto and a chapel in the cloister designed by Filippo Brunelleschi. It is considered one of the masterpieces of Renaissance architecture. According to Saint Francis and the Franciscans reading the Bible, Christ taught his followers to take on a vow of poverty, and he said to them, "Take nothing for your journey, neither stuff, nor scrip, nor bread, nor money. Either have 2 coats." So how did the sect of Catholicism that held a vow of poverty as one of its core values own such a posh church? Well, in 1322 the Pope declared that the Franciscans' vow of poverty was illegal, that Christ had in fact owned property and wanted his followers to own property as well. This meant of course that the Franciscans were forced to collect money and land, which would in turn go to the Pope, proving that biblical interpretation can be surprisingly profitable, especially if you're the Pope. So he made them basically stop their ways of piety and rather get a whole lot of money so he could take it. Sounds realistic. Yeah, so it's like 1, 2 Brotherhood, Revelations, and 3 Mauler. So it's like 5 games total. And AC3 is actually the 5th game. It's a bit confusing, but since Brotherhood and Revelations tell more of the story of Ezio, who's the main character of 2, they didn't give him like AC3, but rather have like extending games on AC2. But yeah. That's actually the cluster of a glyph, I guess. Let me see if we can get it.
No one is allowed up. Leave. You should not be up here. Leave. Laju, there.
The past. A vast web of connections and interconnections, all ruled by chance. Or is it?
"64 squares. Queen Elizabeth I of England, 1559, holding the Piece of Eden number 2, Apple. Emperor Napoleon I Bonaparte of France, 1812. Piece of Eden number 1, Apple. That's actually something that you can see in the AC Unity DLC, Dead Kings. Because he's actually actively looking for the apple there, and the apple also appears in form of the lantern of Saint Denis, which is kind of like an apple that's inside the lantern, and Arno then holds it to kind of like project mind-controlling bats on his enemies, which is all an illusion, but yeah, that's how Arno actually uses the apple. And then Arno sends the apple to Egypt, so it would be kind of like safe from Napoleon there. However, that's when Napoleon started the Egyptian-French wars, and through that he also obtained the Apple of Eden. And that's how he of course became emperor and such a big figure of power in Europe, at least according to AC law. George Washington, United States, 1781. Piece of Eden number 3, Apple. So yeah, those are all like different individual apples actually, they're not like all the same. And George Washington of course obtained one, and that's also where the Tyranny of King Washington DLC comes into play for AC3. Because in that one he's actually holding the apple, and then both Connor and George Washington interact with it, which kind of like triggers the conflicting potential future, I guess, or more like an illusionary world where George Washington becomes like a tyrant, and Connor wants to stop him. It's very fantastical and isn't very realistic, but it's definitely an interesting thought experiment. Probably gonna be a DLC I skip because it doesn't add anything to the overarching story, since everything is like a what if scenario. But yeah. Unfortunately, the lead writer on the DLC of Tyranny of King Washington died recently. Who also worked on several other AC stories, including the Siwa and Alexandria parts and Origins, the murder mysteries in Unity and Syndicate, and also the Wrath of the Druids DLC, among a lot of other things. That's only headaches. Yeah, it's definitely not my favorite piece of story, but yeah. It really is, dude. Yeah, he's done so much great stories and content for the AC games. To die so sudden. I reckon he was also working actively on more of Valhalla, or maybe even the next major AC game.
Again with this? You have overstepped your bounds, Uberto. Who are you to speak of bounds? You, who have crowned yourself Lorenzo di Medici, Principe of Firenze. I've done no such thing. Of course not. Ever innocent. How convenient. At least now, we see how far your reach extends, which is to say, nowhere at all. It has proved a valuable lesson for me and my allies. Yes. Your allies, the Pazzi. Is that what this is about? Be careful with your words, Lorenzo. You might attract the wrong sort of attention.
Very short. Take your time, dude.
my amici. A weekly bleeding is part of a balanced, healthy lifestyle.
Weekly bleeding. It's part of a very healthy lifestyle.
Dove faccio vere, bellissima? Oh.
Yeah, he's still like referenced to quite a lot in the later AC games.
Those muscles.
Since he played like such a major role, you know, for the modern day story.
Good evening, Compaloniere. To you as well. I trust you're enjoying yourselves.
Indeed. A nice distraction from that nasty business with the Auditore family.
And to think I once thought of Giovanni as brother.
Don't blame yourself. How could you have known what he was?
I say we strike that traitor's name from the record books. Let history forget he ever even existed.
Yes, if you'll excuse me for a moment.
Uberto, a moment of your time?
Anything for you, Beatrice.
So, tell us, how does it feel to be a hero?
Please, I am no such thing. As Gonfaloniere, it is my duty to ensure that the city of Firenze remains a shining beacon of justice. Corruption and its ilk shall find no purchase here so long as I am in control.
You are a treasure, Uberto. I hope Lorenzo recognizes that.
Yes, our great leader, Lorenzo. I'll see you ladies later.
What a snake.
Ah, Uberto, there you are. I was just telling the others about the execution.
I mean, no offense, but what if they did not act alone?
You can rest easy, friends. I am confident that this treachery began and ended with the Auditore family.
What of the other son? Ezio, was it?
The child poses no danger. Soft hands and an even softer head. He'll be caught and executed before the week is out.
Oh, don't let us keep you, Berto. We just wanted to say hello.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you how soft my head and my hands are. I'm gonna wait however until he's done talking to everybody.
Evening to you, Gonfaloniere.
Is everything to your satisfaction?
Do you even need to ask? Of course.
Accept our thanks for this evening and for helping to keep Firenze safe. I always had my doubts about the Auditore. Where did the family even come from? To gain such wealth and prestige in just a single generation.
And the children with odd needs, always making trouble.
No surprise given the company that father kept. Whores and thieves, I swear it.
Indeed. It is clear now he sought to undermine the city, to overturn all we've worked so hard to build.
But thanks to you, that's over now.
That's interesting because it shows, you know, how the Auditore have always been treated like an outsider family. Never been fully accepted. And also, you know, the stigmatisms about prostitutes and, you know, people off the street. But yeah, I think he's done talking. And we're gonna silence him forever here in a sec, so... Get our hidden blade ready.
Oh. You! You would have done the same. To save the ones you love.
Yes, I would. And I have. The Auditore are not dead! I'm still here! Me!
Ezio! Ezio Auditore!
Assassino!
Okay, let's have a quick look at the letter that we received here. This document is meant to serve as a record of all I have learned over the past few weeks, in the event that I am silenced and prevented from sharing it with you myself. Understand first that the Duke of Milan's murder was no mere political maneuver. Rather, it is but a piece of a conspiracy that reaches far beyond Firenze, counting members in Roma, Venezia, and Forli, to name but a few cities. Attached to this note is a list, or rather the start of one, of those I know to be guilty. Its contents are by no means complete, but I intend to rectify that shortly. I can, however, say with certainty that the Pazzi family is involved. We must move quickly to question Francesco before he buys his freedom from prison. Doing so will surely add more names to the list. I already have my suspicions as to who these men are, given that their deeds bear all the hallmarks of an old enemy. I fear they... The note abruptly ends here. Giovanni must have had to stop and hide it when the guards showed up to arrest him. So that's a list that Ezio eventually gets to kind of like find the conspirators and the other betrayers. Hey there, Hoss. Welcome in, dude. How's it going? But the Auditore are not dead. I'm still here, me, Ezio Auditore. Yeah, dude, that's that moment is so good. And he kind of like stands up for his family, right? Because you kind of like sit there listening to all the you know, back talk and how everybody is like you know, talking bad about his family, and Pepe always kind of like dislike them. So him kind of like standing up there also for his family, you know, shows that they're not yet done or dealt with. And they never will be. Pfeffer von hier. I think it would be nice to kind of like give some kind of benefit for either unveiling things, or, you know, upgrade your kind of like bird companion. Obviously there's still surface like fast travel points, but yeah, it would definitely be good to have like more than that.
Well, aren't you a funny man?
think it's best I leave Firenze.
Where will you go?
My uncle Mario owns a villa near Monteregioni.
You're still a wanted man, Ezio.
What would you have me do then?
I've seen posters all across the district. Tearing them down will help the city forget your face. No doubt the heralds also incite the public. Bribe them, and they'll speak of other things. Or you could hunt those who bear false witness against you. They traded dignity for coin. Their loss would not be mourned. Do any of these things, and you should be free to leave.
I like how she's like, the loss would not be mourned. Like, nobody likes backtalkers. Laying low. Reduce your notoriety by removing posters, bribing a herald, or killing a corrupt official.
I've added a program for tracking notoriety. This little meter will help you know how far you are between notorious and incognito. This will help you know if you should watch your actions. It'll also tell you if the notoriety level is part of Ezio's memory or not.
Gefahr.
Another capering crusader.
Another capering crusader. That's a reference to Batman, actually. So the heralds are kind of funny because you can bribe them, but they can steal back the money that you bribe them with, which will in turn increase your notoriety slightly, but it's still like a win. The Ospedale degli Innocenti. Designed by Filippo Brunelleschi and opened in 1445, the Ospedale degli Innocenti, the Hospital of the Innocents, was an orphanage for unwanted babies. Apparently the Florentines were a feisty bunch, since it was the first of its kind in Europe. Babies were typically abandoned in a basin in the front, although later transactions were facilitated by the introduction of a rotating horizontal wheel, which moved infants into the building without the parents being seen. Some parents weren't just ejecting their love child, they were making money off them. Many a mother abandoned her baby in order to be hired by the Ospedale as a wet nurse, so she could be paid to feed their own child. Boys were tutored in various professions by the Ospedale staff, while girls were usually trained to become nuns or wives. The Cape Crusader. Exactly, Banshee. Welcome in, dude. Yes, we actually do have Glyphs here somewhere.
Power doesn't die. It's passed on.
Descendants. He carried it with him, find his inheritance. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Strategic Meeting, 1944. Vis-a-vis number 3, the apple. So that's the one that George Washington also had. Am I going to watch the new Batman movie? Yeah, I would definitely like to watch it. I think it looks quite interesting. Definitely more interested in that one than the most recent Batman. I think Robert Pattinson is also an interesting choice for Batman. Next we have the Houdini beginning the Chinese water torture Soul Escape, 1913. Piece of Eden number 1. Apple. Gandhi during the Sword March, 1930. Piece of Eden number 2. I think that's the one that Napoleon actually had. Yeah, I really enjoyed Robert Pattinson in his latest movies and stuff. I think he do great.
I want no part of
Fresh cod leech. Who requires bleed?
I kind of like how once you're not notorious anymore, you actually have the regular ambient music. But if you're notorious, then the notoriety music will play, which kind of like increases the motivation to lose notoriety. Oops.
You hurt someone.
Bentornato, Ezio. Were you successful?
Yes. Madre?
Ezio! Where have you been? They wouldn't let us leave. And Mother, oh, she hasn't spoken a single word since we left the house. Father will need to sort things out. Where is Father? And Federico? And Petruccio? Hmm?
Something's happened.
What do you mean? No, it's impossible.
Claudia,
No, 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 no.
I did everything I could, Piccina. Listen, right now what matters is getting us all someplace safe. But to do that, I need you to stay focused. Do you understand? Good. Will you watch over Mother for me? Then we are ready. Thank you again for everything.
Stay safe, Ezio. Stay vigilant. I suspect the road ahead is yet long.
Yeah, that whole moment is also very well done, I think. Kind of like the reaction of both the mother and Claudia, you know. Because when Ezio's kind of like hugging his mother, I think the mother already knows, you know, what has happened. Because obviously she also talked with Giovanni about the possibilities of what could happen. So, but she didn't hear back, you know, she is kind of, I think, suspecting that they have already died. But Claudia doesn't realize that, so I think her reaction is also very believable in the way Ezio kind of like tells her. But yeah, it also showcases kind of like Ezio's responsibility, right? Because him being now the oldest in the family, like he kind of has to take care of his mother and his sister. So yeah, it's like definitely responsibility he has towards ensuring they get safely out of Firenze. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, Paola has been a great ally to Ezio, and the first assassin to really help out Ezio as well. And yeah, it's very interesting the way Ezio's trained his whole life for being an assassin, even though he's not fully joined the Assassin Brotherhood yet. But he certainly has been, you know, in the training to become one ever since here. Arrivederci. Escort Maria and Claudia out of Florence to the Villa Auditore in Monteriggioni.
This way.
Oh, tra-la-la, you've touched the nerve to your end. Going.
Now that's more like Fortuna. Now that's more like Fortuna.
My lucky day. Moneta.
Nothing here for you.
But there's something here for you.
Denaro! Quattrini! Oh, va bene! Moneta!
Where?
Oh, va bene! Come, don't be shy. I only aim to heal.
Easy way! Mani, se mi piace! Bene! Easy way! Se mi piace!
Everyone is going crazy for some money.
Quattrini, easy way! Così mi piace! Quattrini! Easy way! Così mi piace!
I hear money! I hear money!
I hear money. Caravan travel. Travel in the Renaissance was not the disgusting ordeal it is today. Instead, it was merely terrifying. The countryside was filled with bandits, causing more travelers to move in armed groups called caravans. Anxious voyagers usually sewed their boats and gold into the soles of their shoes or the lining of their jackets. Guides called vetturini were sometimes hired to help plot the route of the caravans and book rooms at local inns, but those carriers were often working with the bandits, just like travel agents today. Sounds very inviting.
Give them something to think about. Stay put. Let's go.
Cosa non ti fare?
Buy me a little time.
Va bene.
Non sai cosa ti farei.
How could this have happened to us?
I don't know.
Will we ever be back?
I don't know.
What will
Let's
happen
do it.
to our house?
I don't know.
Were they given a proper burial?
Yes, they were.
So this isn't actually shown in AC2, like the burial. However, the way Ezio secures the bodies of his father and his brothers is shown in Brotherhood, like a flashback memory. They actually can't cut it from AC2, but they just put into Brotherhood, essentially. Toscana, 1476.
We should be close.
Grazie, Dio.
I love that kind of like animus building effect so much. Because it really immerses you into, you know, that all of this is just like a simulation, just like the game is. Which means you also may not be expecting, you know, a super realistic looking game either. Yeah, exactly, Rod. Exactly. I think it's so good, you know, also in AC1 how you have all these animus effects kind of like immersing you into all of this is just a simulation. And how that's a very important part in terms of like how the game works and looks and feels. And yet the Christina memories are just so good and so important to showcase also like more of Ezio's life and past. Roadside assistance. Escort Maria and Claudia to the Villa Auditore in Monteriggioni.
Seguimi.
Buongiorno, Ezio. How could you leave Firenze without saying a proper goodbye?
Ezio!
What do you want, Vieri?
So many things. A larger palazzo, 2 new steeds, a prettier bride. Oh, and yes, your life.
My condolences for the loss of your father and brothers. What will happen now that there's no one left to help you? I have such wonderful things in store for your mother and sister.
I grow tired of this game. Finish him, and do not spare the women.
What an asshole.
What sorcery is this?
Not sorcery, boy. Skill.
Show yourself.
As you wish. Here, use this.
Kill them! Kill them all!
It's actually a good comparison, Rod. It's like my father is an evil asshole, so that justifies me being a bully.
You have my thanks.
Keep the sword, Ezio.
Do I know you from somewhere?
Don't you recognize me? It's a me! It's a me! Mario! Mario!
Uncle Mario?
It's been too long, Nipote. Far too long. I heard what happened in Firenze. Terrible. Come, let's get you all away from here.
That was really good timing, Rod. Almost perfect on point there. But yeah, dude, that moment. I still remember first playing the game and you were hearing that and being like, hold up, did he just actually say that? Such an iconic quote, you know, in gaming, and they just use it in, you know, such a good way. Monteriggioni. Built in the 30th century by the overlords of Siena, Monteriggioni was actively involved in the defense of Tuscany against Florentine attempts to gain more territory. At the front of this conflict was the Auditore family, who became the city's rulers and protectors. It was the Auditore who constructed Monteriggioni's famous walls, which can still be seen today. Although standing in opposition to Florentine desires, the Auditore had cordial relations with the Medici family, largely due to their collective Florentine roots. Monteriggioni successfully withstood attacks from Florence. Until in 1554, the city was betrayed. Giovannino Zetti, the keeper of the garrison and the Florentine exile, was allowed to return to Florentine in exchange for the keys to the city. Extraordinarily, the Auditore were allowed to continue the rule of Monteriggioni under Florentine leadership.
It's me, Mario.
Wow, that sounded super enthusiastic. Like he was really bored saying that. Rod, thank you so much for the biddies, dude. I appreciate it. Showing that the Medici do not forget their friends. Yeah, dude, that was so funny. Mario Auditore, born 1434, profession condottiero, noble. One of several condottieri patrolling the Tuscan countryside, Mario Auditore played a significant role in the Battle of Anghiari, alerting Micheletto Antendolo to the appearance of several dust clouds over the road, which signaled a surprise advance by Milanese troops. Thanks to Mario, the Milanese attack was foiled and the Florentines won the battle. Although Mario sided with Florence in Anghiari, for most of his career he defended the interests of his hometown Monteriggioni, derating Florentine attempts to seize Tuscan territory. While Mario's younger brother Giovanni moved to Florence in 1454 to pursue a career in banking, Mario stayed at the family's villa in Monteriggioni, stating in a letter to Giovanni that he preferred fighting like a man to filling out balance sheets. Kind of like showing a bit of a conflict, I guess, between Giovanni's and Mario's approach to how they fight. Giovanni more hiding in plain sight, and Mario more hiding in, you know, plain sight but being seen at the same time. Like, I mean, I guess he's not really hiding then, he's just like, you know, being in plain sight. But I think both attempts are fair. You know, in that way Mario Auditore is more like traditional, like the Brotherhood of Masyaf, essentially. Whereas Giovanni more kind of like performed the approach that Altair later preferred. Casa Dolce Casa. Explore the Villa Auditore with Mario.
So, tell me everything.
They executed father for treason. Federico and Petruccio too. And they came for me.
Do you know why?
I have no answers, uncle. Only a list of names taken from a man who wished me dead. I still can't believe they are gone.
Don't worry. We will make sense of this.
I wish I shared your optimism.
Come on, keep pace. We're almost there. I think you will find much to like in Monteriggioni.
I thought Monteriggioni was an enemy of Firenze.
For now. Next year it will be its friend, the year after its enemy again, and on and on. I cannot keep track, so I have stopped trying. These are honest, hard-working people. Our shops may only carry simple goods, but they're well-made and dependable. There is a chapel here too. The prete seems a nice enough fellow, but I've never been much of a believer.
Did you know the Villa Auditore is almost 200 years old? It was built by my great-grandfather, a strange man who carried all kinds of secrets. Keep your eyes open, and you might discover a few of them yourself.
With all the fighting that's been going on, this place has started to get a bit rough around the edges.
The Villa Auditore. Constructed in 1290, the Villa Auditore is an important medieval predecessor to early Renaissance architecture. The villa's wonderful symmetry and ordered geometry were a revelation for its time. Not only concerned with aesthetics, Domenico Auditore, Ezio's great-grandfather, designed his home to Dabo as a fortress and a training ground, looking out both over the city that it protects and the Tuscan plains. After a Florentine attack in 1320 left the facade damaged, the present facade was erected and a painting gallery was added to the interior. Domenico was more than just an architect and a warrior, he was also a skilled engineer. Recently discovered hidden compartments and rooms with mechanisms blocking entry are several unique features of the building that make it a technological marvel, as well as an architectural one. And yeah, that's actually the time period I would really love to see in a future AC game, kind of like Domenico Auditore, and how he came to Monteriggioni, kind of like the story that's been told in the Auditore crypt. Also the way he meets Thomas de Carnillon from AC Unity as well. Like, they actually work together at times. And they also took down the Templars. The Templar Order. Hey, the Blue Tech? How should you keep track of the feathers? Any tips? Yeah, for sure. So if you go into the DNA, you can have a look at the feathers. And if you access the tab, you can see how many feathers there are in each of the cities. And by going further into it, you can also see how many you are missing per district. So, let's say you're missing 4 in San Giovanni. You could concentrate just on exploring the district and focusing on that area. Or you could just open up a map online and kind of like open the district map and see every location which holds a possible feather. That makes it easier to kind of track down exactly which district you have to look into to find the remaining feathers in the DNA tracker. Makes it much easier than having to go around the entire map. No worries, dude. More than happy to. Rod the actor plays Mario is Fred Tatasciore. He's been in so many things, his IMDb is crazy. One of his other roles was Bane in the Batman Arkham games, excluding Origins. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, dude, I love his voice actor, I have to say. I think he does a great job playing Mario. The way he kind of like talks, I don't know. It seems very thoughtful, but he's also definitely embracing some of the bruteness as well. Good balance between the two.
I wish I could do something about it, but I just don't have the time or money to fix things up. Guess that's life, huh? Here we are. Casa Dolce Casa. So, what do you think?
It's most impressive, Uncle.
She's seen better days, I suppose. Believe me, I'd have her shining again if only I had the time. Now that you have had the tour, Nipote, you should go and outfit yourself. My men in the market are expecting you. Return here when you're finished, and we'll begin.
Begin? Begin what?
I thought you'd come here to train.
No, Uncle. I came here to escape Firenze, and I intend to take my family further still.
But what about your father? He'd want you to finish his work.
What work? My father was a banker.
Wait, he did not tell you?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ma che me combini, Giovanni? Where to even begin? Go and fetch the gear in the market. It will give me time to think. But that's that. We'll talk more later. Some spending money should you need it. And if you find yourself in need of rest, I've prepared a room for you on the top floor of the villa.
Nice. Some money. And we can also check out our room. Oh damn, 846 credits? That's insane, dude. Yeah, he's such a great character in AC2. And definitely a nice uncle to Ezio, to say the least. Hey the Maxi, welcome in, dude. Hope you're having a good day so far. Also, give me just one sec. Alright. Damn, I just realized we actually have 9,000 of the money. It's kind of like rare. Have like an even amount like that. And yeah, doing pretty good so far, Maxi. Having a nice day, playing some more AC2. Yeah, we should at Maxi. At that legendary
It's a me, Mario!
Yeah, that one. Okay, let's buy the leather Glyphs. And then the dagger.
It's a me, Mario!
It's a me.
You should feel better now. Take care.
Very nice. So yeah, we can also open up these shops that are kind of like closed right now. Once we get to spend some money on the renovations in Monteriggioni. So we get like a tailor here, an art merchant there. Also the bank over to this side. And that also increases the value of the city, and with that your kind of like hourly income. Oh, nice, Maxi. Yeah, I do love me some bike and him smiling. Nice, that's the Mars statue. I could try to find a few more of these statues actually. Because the money we get early on here will be quite useful. We have Jupiter. It's actually a very famous issue as well. We have Minerva. She's the one who talks to Ezio at the end of the game. We have Apollo.
Has he been drinking?
And yeah, no idea where the others are right now, but I think we got a few of them. Maybe enough to even get some money out of these dealies. But we got Mars and Venus here. The god of rage and strength basks in his lover's radiant beauty. She tames his anger with her gentle touch. Okay, I'm gonna read it again once we get 2 of them at a time. Like over here. It's Jupiter and Minerva, isn't it? Is it? Yeah, Jupiter and Minerva. Here sits the king of all Olympus, and beside him stands wisdom to guide his rule. Actually also very important for Valhalla, because in the Jotunheim story arc, we get to meet both of them. However, in that case it's in the form of the Jotun instead of the Roman Isu, but that's because Eivor perceives these memories in the mythological lens rather than how it actually happened. But yeah, they do appear. Also very important for the Jotunheim part of the story. Right, then we also have the glyph up here. Oops.
It's getting easier and easier to hack into Abstergo's mainframe. It's like I know what data I'm looking for. Like I've already lived it.
Infinite knowledge. Yeah, dude, that's something that still doesn't sit well with me. It's also one of the reasons why I kind of refuse to play the crossover story for Valhalla and Odyssey. Just not interested. Its open mouth delivers the kiss of death. Burning Viet Cong base camp, My Foe, Vietnam, 1968. Leading the young to the end. Members of the 2nd Infantry Division advance under machine gun fire into the outskirts of Brest, France, 1944. The flame from its throat poke out the eyes. Union's troops formation, Beaufort, South Carolina, 1862. This monster did not come from man. The first pictorial representation of a gun, 900. Piece of Eden number 4, Apple. That showcases that there's even been more than just the 3 that we already have seen. And you can also safely assume that there's more than, you know, just the 4 either. Just the 4 that we have found so far, but there's like tons of them more. Yeah, it's definitely about, you know, bringing Odyssey's influence throughout all of the games. And with Ubisoft Quebec also now having leadership, it's no wonder why they also, you know, tried to do it better in Odyssey than Valhalla, and to kind of only benefit Cassandra's story arc, but not Eivor's at all. Like, Eivor apparently behaves like he's never, or she's never, you know, been in touch with a Piece of Eden ever. And then Cassandra is like, you know, the one wising up everything, which is kind of stupid. And they only kind of like try to give like a proper ending to Cassandra, but we try to advance Eivor's storyline either much. Another thing that really bothers me is how she's just totally obsessed with like her Greek past. Like, not like she's been living for, you know, like almost 1,500 years at that point. You know, and has like been all over the world, seeing all kinds of like cultures and languages and whatever. But no, she talks all about Phoebe, Marcos, says Malaka every few seconds. Like she's still living in ancient Greece, you know. Compare that to Desmond and his memo in AC Black Flag, when he talks about when Clay inserted all of his memories into Desmond, and how Desmond feels like he's lived, you know, like 2,000 years or something. And all the questions that he asks himself about how history is repeating itself over and over, and how depressing that gets. Like, you get nothing of that with Cassandra. You don't feel like she's been living for that long either. It's just like, yeah, it's Cassandra from Odyssey, and now she's living in like the 9th century or the 8th century, and basically nothing has changed really. Just super lazy, and it doesn't make her voyage believable whatsoever. Yeah. Also the fact that she still wears like the exact same like Greek armor and stuff. You know, how does that make sense? I guess she, you know, did wear the Greek armor all the way until the 21st century, when she all of a sudden decided to wear a suit. Alright, this is also quite interesting. So this is kind of like the list of conspirators. Midway for Spaniard, who's of course Rodrigo. Then we have Roberto Alberti, who we killed already. And now we have Vieri de Pazzi and Francesco de Pazzi as our main targets right now.
Don't worry. We're only staying here for a little while.
I don't like it here. I want to go home.
I know.
Yeah, that's not possible, unfortunately. Not anymore.
Salute, uncle. I did as you asked.
And quickly too, ben fatto. Now, let's teach you how to fight.
No. As I said, we are leaving.
Ezio, You barely held your own against Vieri. You won't survive a week on the road. If you want to leave, so be it. But at least do so armed with the skills and knowledge necessary to defend yourself. If not for me, for your mother and sister.
Fine.
Ottimo.
Practice makes perfect. Learn how to fight from Mario.
You can swing a sword, to be sure, but offense alone will not carry a battle. You must survive long enough to strike. I will teach you how to dodge.
You said my father was more than just a banker.
No use dancing around it, I suppose. Your father was an assassin, Ezio.
I told you before. My father was a paper pusher.
No. He was born and bred to kill.
I find this difficult to believe.
What of the list you carry? Do you think it's merely a catalog of debts? It holds the names of those responsible for your father's murder.
So I'm gonna wait every time here to kind of like let Mario finish what he's talking about, because it's quite important. But Ezio uncovers about his father and him being involved with the assassins.
Bene, I've taught you how to avoid your enemy's attacks. Now you'll learn how to turn them to your advantage.
All this talk of assassins and Templars, it reeks of fantasy.
Like something from an old parchment covered in arcane writing, perhaps?
How did you know?
You have your father's blade. I figured you have the Codex page with it as well.
Codex?
See, a guide to the inner workings of the Order, its origin, purpose, and techniques. Our creed, if you will. Your father believed the Codex contained a powerful secret. Something that would change the world. Perhaps it's why they came for him.
Assassins, Templars, Codex pages. This is a lot to take in.
You need to open your mind, Ezio. Always remember, nothing is true, everything is permitted.
That is, nothing is true, everything is permitted. It's the first time Ezio hears these words as well. That's very interesting because Ezio already has uncovered quite a bit, right, with the Codex page and Leonardo. And Mario's kind of like using that as reference to what Ezio already has uncovered, and where there's like a certain mystery behind what his father has been doing. And of course the hidden blade and all that. And yeah, that's really the moment that Ezio starts to learn about it. And also, you know, decides eventually to take on the role that his father also played.
Chiudiamo questa faccenda.
The taunts. Love it.
Non amo che mi si faccia aspettare. General leader made for swinging at people, yes?
You're making fine progress, Ezio. Today I'm going to teach you how to position yourself in battle. Where you stand and how you move can make all the difference. Don't think I haven't seen you picking apart my library. I trust you believe me now?
Yes. My father was an assassin. But why the need for such secrecy?
Are you familiar with the Templars? One of several knightly orders formed during the Crusades. History teaches they were disbanded nearly 200 years ago in France. Only they weren't. Merely pushed underground, where they continued their nefarious work.
What work?
The Templars seek dominion over man, and we, the Assassins, are sworn to stand against them.
Was Uberto one of them?
Yes.
And the other names on my father's list?
Templars as well.
That means Vieri.
Just like his father, Francesco. Likely the entire Pazzi family.
Hey, it would explain many things.
Yeah, dude, I love that connection to Unity and the start of it and how the Templars have been dealt with. It's also at the same time a connection also to the great-grandfather of Ezio and Domenico Auditore, since he worked together with Tommaso Canio. And I still want to have like a full game set in that time, you know, maybe spanning from France to Italy and to Germany. Having those be like the major 3 countries to explore. And yeah, I would really love to see just, you know, how everything got started in Monteriggioni as well. And with Domenico also being an architect, I think it would be interesting to kind of like bring in also the whole like, you know, building the home base kind of like thing. Only in this case it would be with Monteriggioni. The way he built also the sanctuary and locked, you know, IT's armor, all that type of stuff. Yeah, exactly what.
Fatti sotto! Vieni a prendermi! Come get me! Shall we dance?
Well done, Nipote. You've really come into your own.
Thank you, Uncle, for all you have given me.
Your family. Such is my duty and my desire.
I'm glad you had me stay.
Good. You've reconsidered leaving.
We sail for Spain in 3 days.
But Nipote, I have given you these skills that you might be better prepared to strike against our enemies.
And if they find me, I will.
You want to leave, Ezio? To throw away everything your father fought and died for? To deny your heritage? Fine! Come vuoi. Arrivederci e buona fortuna.
Uncle, wait! Why is he so upset?
How can he not be? Vieri's been harassing us ever since you first arrived. To be expected, I suppose, given his heritage.
Yeah, that's definitely fair, Rod. Like, I don't blame you, because they definitely have been doing some questionable decisions, and the way they would go about, you know, future implementations of gameplay mechanics and stuff. It's quite questionable. I'm really glad that, you know, W. McDavid went back to it, but obviously he also has to be allowed to write the stories for games that he wants to work on. So he's hoping gonna be turning out good, but who knows. Welcome back, Levi. Yeah, it's going quite well. We just arrived to Monteriggioni and got trained by Mario. He also told us about the Assassin and Templar conflict, so yeah, really getting into the meat of the game. How's it going for you?
Uncle! Where is everyone?
They ride for San Gimignano to slay that snake, Vieri.
Vieri di Pazzi, the youngest member of the second most notorious Florentine banking family. This kid knew how to burn right through his father's money. Outside of spending sprees involving weaponry, exotic animals, and clothes, he was fiercely competitive. Vieri hosted races of all kinds: boating, horseback riding, running. All of them rigged, of course. And get this, if through some amazing stroke of luck he ever lost, he'd invite the winner's entire family over for a victory dinner and serve them a meal to die for.
Jesus Christ. What an absolute naked he added. Oh, I got you, Levi. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's going well. Hope your neck is feeling better soon, Vo.
I wish to join them.
You'll find what you need at the stables.
What a diet. A meal to die for. Yeah, that sounds good, Levi. I hope it helps.
Ezio, look at her. I still can't get her to talk. She spends all day and night in front of those feathers Petruchio used to collect. She can't let them go. I don't know what to do.
Don't worry. She'll come back to us. I know it.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure that happens. By collecting all the feathers, you basically ensure that, you know, she thinks you didn't just leave her be, but you still remember her and Petruchio. And that kind of like brings her back to accepting what happened. And yeah. Yeah, it really is, Levi. That's also a great way to kind of make sure that a collectible has like a story relevance and importance. Right, time to head to the Tuscany, and there we can take care of Vieri. Arthur, can I buy anything else? Could buy the rest of the kind of like armor set. Maybe another sword. Let's get the Venetian Falchion. And let's also get the Spoders.
Come and see me next to pass this way.
Come, amici. E we...
Moneta.
Ezio, what are you doing here?
Taking responsibility. Vieri troubles you because of me.
Vieri troubles us because he's a Templar, and we are assassins.
Either way, I wish to help.
Va bene. Then listen close. First, we must find a way inside the city, though it seems Vieri expects us. He has sealed the gates and sent his men to guard them. Fortunately for us, the city is larger than his host. The southern gate suffers for it, so this is where we'll strike. Pronti?
What goes around? Help Mario and his men assassinate Vieri the Pazzi.
All right, Ezio. Here's how it is going to work. My men and I will distract the guards. Once we have engaged them, get yourself over the wall and find a way to open the gate. Take these throwing knives. Use them to dispatch the archers.
I'm ready when you are.
Then let us begin. All'attacco!
San Gimignano. Named after Saint Gimignanus, who supposedly conjured up a dense fog to save the city of Modena from Attila the Hun, San Gimignano was founded in the 3rd century. The city grew from the 10th century onwards as a stopping point along the pilgrimage route to Rome. In 1199, once its citizens grew wealthy, San Gimignano separated from the bishops of Volterra and became self-governing. The city's distinctive towers were created as its wealthy citizens competed to display how much money was actually in their pockets. In its heyday, the city had 72 towers. But the plague of 1348 decimated San Gimignano. Without money for upkeep, the town started to fall apart. The council appealed to Florence, and Florence took control. But that's kind of funny that all the towers were built kind of like as a, contest, like who can build the biggest tower and has the most money in the process. It's kind of funny that being the reason the way the city looks now, because most of the towers still stand nowadays actually, so you can still see a lot of that impact.
Why are you up? You should not be up. I see you.
Yeah, no worries, Levi. Definitely hope you enjoyed the last 2 hours, and yeah, I talk to you later.
You cannot escape.
Well done, Ezio. We're in. This way, men. I want you to distract those guards and keep them from raising the alarm. Hopefully it will buy me enough time to find and silence Vieri.
Va bene.
Wait, Nipote. Take a few of my men with you, just to be safe. Come join me once they're dealt with.
What's Vieri up to now?
No one knows, but something has him on edge. How else to explain all the patrols?
I'll signal again when you should follow.
Instead, he's turned us into nursemaids. And why?
Shooting his mouth off again, no doubt. Angering the wrong sorts of people. And so now, we pay the price.
Careful. Or do you want to strike before him like Bernardo was?
Poor bastard. I heard Vieri took his eyes.
I'd like to keep mine. So let's end this conversation.
Jesus. So yeah, Vieri definitely is gonna die. Vieri took his eyes, which was Vieri cruel. Yeah, Vieri cruel indeed.
Die, cunt! right face.
It's all about execution.
It's all about execution.
Ezio! Your uncle's under attack and needs help. Go to him!
Thank him for all that sending me to us.
Ah, Nipote, there you are. It seems my plan has hit something of a snag. Vieri's men ambushed us, and now we've got our hands full. My brothers and I will deal with these guards. I want you to go on ahead and root out that snake. See that justice is served.
Right, let's do it. Let's go for Vieri. Snake.
Hurry! We're losing him!
Yeah, I'm gonna read the database entries for the city buildings later. Also do like treasures and stuff later as well. Now we're just gonna go for Vieri. And yeah, now it's also time we learn about the origin of Requiescat and Pace as well.
It's settled. Vieri, you will remain here to coordinate the mercenary. Francesco will organize our forces in the city and send word when it's time to strike. Jacopo, your job is to calm the citizens once the deed is done.
What of that ubriacone Mario? He continues to harass my forces, and I fear he'll discover what we intend.
He's always been trouble. Just like that bastardo brother of his.
Then let me reunite them, father.
There will be plenty of time to clean up the refuge when we're finished. Now, is there anything else? Muy bien. May the Father of Understanding guide you.
May the Father of Understanding guide you.
Comandante! Comandante!
What?
Mario Auditore has invaded the city. He comes for you.
Then let's not keep him waiting.
Yeah, exactly right. Alright, so can't really do this stealthily, I don't think. But I'm gonna try to go from behind. So from this side. Okay, we can't do air assassinations yet, so we can't really do it from like that, or we can't also do it like a ledge assassination, unfortunately.
Ah, there you are.
Yep.
Take him down!
Hai paura?
What are you and your allies planning?
Precision getter.
Is this what my father discovered? Is this why he was killed?
I'm sorry. Were you hoping for a confession?
Pezzo di merda! Vorrei solo che avessi sofferto di più! Hai avuto la fine che meritavi! Spero che
Enough, Ezio! Show some respect.
Respect? After all that's happened, do you think he would have shown either of us such kindness?
You are not Vieri. Do not become him. Che la morte ti dia le pace che cercavi. Requiesca in pace. Take this. Read it when you have the time. Our work here is finished.
Let us return to the villa.
Requiescat in pace.
There you go. That is the origin of Requiescat in pace. And with it, Ezio kind of like learns to be respectful with whoever lives he's taking, because as much of an asshole Vieri was, you know, taking a life shouldn't be something that's done lightly ever. You should still feel like, you know, that's something to be respected rather than to just mindlessly, you know, kill people. And exactly like, you know, Mario saying do not become Vieri is also like making a differentiation between people who kill for the reasons that Vieri did and people who kill for the reasons that the assassins do. And yeah, that as well, like, you know, when Sean says he has killed and will kill again, but he prefers not to, it's really embracing that idea that the assassins stand for, you know. If we do realize that sometimes some people have to be dealt with, like the ones we see in AC2, and, you know, given how much pain and suffering they cause, it's not something they want to do, like, at all. They don't enjoy killing. Hold on. I had like letter. Documents. That's the one.
Messer Francesco, I have done as requested and spoken with your son. I agree with your assessment, though only in part. Yes, Vieri is brash and prone to act without forethought. And he has a habit of treating the mercenari like playthings. I have received reports of at least 3 men being disfigured as a result. But I do not think him, as you put it, beyond repair. Rather, I believe the solution to be a simple matter. He seeks your approval, your attention. These outbursts of his are a result of insecurities born out of a sense of inadequacy. He speaks of you often and fondly, and expresses a desire to be closer to you. So, if he is loud and foul and angry, I believe it is simply because he wants to be noticed. He wants to be loved. Act as you see fit on the information I've given you here. But I must ask that we end this correspondence. Were he to discover the nature of our conversations, I fear what might become of me. Yours in confidence, Fra Giocondo.
So it's really interesting because the fact that you get it from Vieri means that Vieri has discovered the nature of the conversations and most likely has killed off Fra Giocondo. And it's interesting because, you know, Fra Giocondo has really nailed it, like, the actual issue here. That's why the comparison to Draco Malfoy that you did earlier kind of fits, actually, because the reason Vieri is an asshole and kind of like a bully is because his father is like an even bigger one, and he wants to be understood and loved by his father, who's an asshole and a murderer. So what does he do? He does similar things what his father does. So he basically gets his approval. And yeah, that's kind of, I think, the main reason why Vieri is acting the way he does. Yeah, exactly. art. Very nice.
All the gods flock.
But yeah guys, I think this is where I'm gonna take a quick break now. Because we're now at the start of the next sequence, which should be sequence 4 at this point, I think. Is it? Okay, there's actually still one more in sequence 3. So it wasn't quite the end of a sequence. But yeah, once I come back, we're gonna be going into the last memory part of sequence 3, and then make a start on sequence 4 as well. So yeah, I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes or so. Cheers, Rod. Thank you, dude. And yeah, I will catch you guys in just a few.
Here's the tomb of Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Where is Charles Lee? Where is Charles Lee?
Citizen!
Ben, now I have a way back up in case I fall.
Right position gerecht.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, man.
I just need a...
This is the lamb
Where's
sauce.
the lamb
That's the lamb
sauce?
sauce. Right here, chef. I
Lamb
have it.
sauce is coming up.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Alright, welcome back to more of AC2. We're gonna be continuing playing in just a few minutes. However, before we actually go ahead and back to Ezio, there's actually something I would like to showcase, and that is the behind the scenes stuff for Assassin's 2. There's something called the Dev's Diary. And that's kind of like a format where the developers talk about how they created Ezio, but also the game world and everything that kind of like went into the game. So yeah, we're gonna be watching a bit of the behind the scenes stuff, and after that we're gonna jump back into the game and to Monteriggioni.
In Assassin's Creed 2, we have a new character, so you can make this comparison with Assassin 1, where we had Altair, who was this like warrior monk, who was like really strong character.
Altair was raised for a very specific purpose. He was educated by this clan of assassins during the Middle Ages, and his job was really to be an assassin from day one.
And now we have this new character, Ezio.
Ezio as a character is a little bit different than Altair. Definitely, he's different.
Ezio and Altair are both very, very strong characters.
Ezio is really a man of the Renaissance. He's really someone that's open-minded, that wants to find truth, that wants to have fun in general. For Ezio, we wanted something that resembled Altair in the style and general appearance, but also we wanted to make it better with the Renaissance period, which is almost 300 years later.
He seems a lot more aggressive.
Ezio had a normal life until he was 17 years old, and then something happens to him and he changes completely.
It's a revenge story, so the motivations for the player are not exactly the same.
A pity you could not let your father live to see it.
So we have this main character who's like just like you and I at first, and he will become like this master badass assassin.
I like it a lot because it really gives you a clear motivation and a clear kind of objective of what you want to do. These are the people that made me angry, and these are the people I want to deal with now.
For me, Assassin's Creed is essentially a long, epic story of a guy in the prison going in a machine called the Animus, and he's going to relive the life of his ancestors. In Assassin's Creed 2, we follow Desmond, who's going to live the life of Ezio Auditore da Firenze.
The meaning of Ezio's name, in following with the tradition established by the first Assassin's Creed, is that Ezio means eagle.
Eagle or the flying one. Its origins come from Greece.
He's a young noble from Florence at the beginning of the game.
He's studying to follow in his father's footsteps. His father, as far as we know, is a banker.
As a rich boy in Florence, he doesn't really see the hardships of the peasants and other poor people. And it doesn't really affect him either. He's more of a carefree guy. He does what he has to do. He's got lots of money. He's got lots of friends. And in regards to the women, he's very charming. He always says the right thing. That's the right thing to surprise them, to stand out of the crowd. And that's why they have a really hard time resisting to his charms.
Ezio is a typical Italian nobleman in many ways. He's a fiery, violent, proud personality. He's terribly proud of his family.
He deals with noble people and with peasants in a very polite and courteous way, even if he's about to stick a hidden blade in your skull, right?
He has a very strange talent that his father is aware of, which is the eagle vision from the first game.
Nobody really knows how come he has that, but we sort of find out in the game.
At one point, something tragic happens to himself and his family.
What happens is that the same people that Ezio considered to be dear family friends actually turn on him.
People that are very close to him are taken from him, and becoming an assassin and acquiring those skills will give him the abilities necessary to exact revenge.
When you're used to just living free and living without a worry in the world, and all of a sudden the entire Florentine army is looking for you, and you have to protect your mother, you have to protect your sister, and you have to defend yourself. It changes everything in his life.
So going from this life of la dolce vita, in Italy, it will have to become this guy who needs to kill in order to survive.
We see Ezio progressing very much so throughout the game, physically as well as emotionally and in his personality.
As a player, you will go just like the main character, in the same, you will be at first just like you and I, and then will become this badass main character.
Before he just wants vengeance, but later on he wants justice.
Ezio becomes an assassin in order to avenge the tragedy that's befallen his family. People that are very close to him are taken from him, and he's been branded a traitor and a criminal. The city guards who once respected him now hunt him, and the very people that claimed they would help him in his time of need have now turned against him.
Right after this event happens, he finds that mercenaries, prostitutes, and thieves are not the people that he should be fearing, but actually are the most trustworthy people.
What was important for me when we build the world of Assassin's Creed 2 is that you felt that you were part of one group of individuals. So we said, let's use the underworld, and so that's your family.
The three factions that we have are thieves, courtesans, and mercenaries, which will all help you either distract, elude, or literally beat up your enemies. The faction leaders will be met along the path in Assassin's Creed, and they will be asking you a couple of things to help them as they're helping you. So it's sort of a mutual trade-off between the two.
A lot of people will end up helping Ezio. There's his uncle Mario that he hasn't seen many years that will help him tone his fighting skills. There's Machiavelli as well that we find in the game, and finally obviously Leonardo da Vinci, who's going to become quickly a very close friend of Ezio, not to mention a test dummy for his wild inventions.
Leonardo is going to be one of your main friends, and basically is going to act as a Q in James Bond.
For Assassin's Creed 2, we have the notion of crowd groups, where in Assassin's Creed 1, the crowd was a little bit individualistic, where no one would bunch up together. Now we really have formations that are moving along the city.
You can blend in, you can steal from everyone you see, like because we have this economic system, so the economic system gave us the opportunity to use the crowd differently than in Assassin's Creed 1.
Banking came up just a few years previous to the time period that Assassin's Creed 2 is set. Some of the most prominent Italian families actually went into banking. The citizens of each of the cities started to move away from trade, and coins actually became a marketable currency.
So we decided to say, that's great, because we want to have it for the game, and our subject tell us that, you know, it makes sense. So we combine the two, and that's why there's an economic system in Assassin's Creed 2.
The most exciting thing about the economic system is giving the players the choice to do what they want with their money. So instead of feeding the player rewards at a given time that is set by the level designers, we give you a whole bunch of options that the player can actually choose when and where to purchase.
At the beginning of Assassin's Creed 2, what I wanted is really to change the structure of the missions to, instead of having a main structure, it's to have different structure each time you start a new sequence of missions.
There's a story that will be there. They'll drive the missions, surprise you, maybe missions that you start and you think they're going to do something, maybe you'll have a U-turn and do something else instead.
Hey, I remember you.
You never know really what's going to happen next in Assassin's Creed 2.
There's a little bit for everybody. We're really trying to make sure that the game appeals to as many people as possible.
We have reach high points still in AC2 with climbing puzzles.
Then you'll have, collectible quests.
There are crowd missions.
There's the narrative mission.
You have these missions that you can do to change your notoriety in the city.
There's also the city life,
which are just randomly occurring acts throughout the world.
For example, we have the messenger. A messenger who sees Ezio, sees the player, will run away. So it's up to the player to say, am I chasing him to get the letter he's carrying or not?
We have one guy that we call the pickpocketeer. So basically that guy will be able to steal the money from the assassin and start running. So what do? You continue your mission, or you go back to that guy to be able to get the money.
Throughout the world, you're going to find exciting, memorable historical landmarks that also have interiors that you get to play through with lots of acrobatics and running and jumping. And these interiors lead to tombs that have been hidden for hundreds of years that only the assassins can find.
You find these caves, you find old rundown castles, you can find a church.
And you'll be, doing free running around the church to eventually find a hidden treasure.
The player's going to be inside the Duomo, and, that interior is one of the biggest interiors in Italy. And, jumping and climbing through all of it is really going to give you a sense of the awesomeness of this building and your incredible freedom
For sure, these moments will be like a wow moment. It's like having an extra game or extra games inside the game that you bought.
So each missions are different, a lot more variety. So it's not about doing investigation and assassination 9 times. It's really more like each time a mission can lead to a beat-up mission, can lead to a chase, an escape, can lead to an assassination.
It's quite overwhelming, the amount of stuff there is.
Well, having more missions requires us ultimately to have more cutscenes and more cinematics, but I think we're adding a lot of value to these to the player. And a couple of examples of this is you could still control the camera like you did in AC1. People like that feature a lot. We also have mini branching cutscenes where the player will have to interact at a specific time, and this may have 2 different effects. So if you hit the cinematic at the wrong time, then you might just hug a lady, whereas if you hit it on the right time, well, who knows what's going to happen.
For Ezio, since he's not an assassin at the beginning, I wanted to create this sense of even more brutality, even more viscerality into it, which is like you feel more the blade, you feel more that it's tough to assassinate someone.
Real violence is brutal. You can't kill someone by just slashing at them with a sword. You know, when you kill someone, there's an effect. Your weapon reacts, gets stuck in their bodies. They react to being hit. This is really one of the core concepts of combat.
We want to just push it to the point where every time people see a movie, like, or you want to show your friends. So you bring them over and you say, look at this movie, you do it, and they're all like, oh my God. That's what we wanted to bring.
Another thing we wanted is to make fight better, but also make it so that fight wasn't the only tool in the game. So in AC2, there will always be an option for escaping.
You have to play smart. You can't always fight every fight because you're going to lose. So you have to pick and choose your battles.
So there's going to be 3 guards archetypes in the game. The first one being the Brute. The Brute is going to be a huge challenge in terms of fighting. It's going to be strong.
They are not very smart. They're your typical kind of big oafs. And they're very susceptible to sort of social gameplay. So you can blend, they'll never figure out that you're in a blend spot.
Then we have the Seeker, the more paranoid type of guard, the guy who's searching to see where Ezio is. And even like in Veil of Hate or in a group of people, he can say, oh, you're there.
The third is the Agile, and the Agile is obviously against the free running. Not only is he good at catching you when you're free running, he can also do free running. The other thing that's really cool about the archetypes is that each one uses a special weapon. You can actually steal people's weapons now. By stealing the archetypes' weapons will unlock a whole new set of combat attacks.
Okay, this is a type of guy, he has a spear, spears are long, so I can grab it and take it from him and kill someone else. Whereas a Brute is heavily armored and you can pound on him all day long with your weapon and not really get anywhere. You've got to be clever to beat this kind.
We made a technology that basically allows an AI to say, oh, okay, instead of just fleeing down a street, if I'm capable, why not flee up a building or flee up a ladder or flee across free-running elements or boats or whatever? Instead of just having this sort of predictable path where you can see the guy taking off, now the player is going to have to adjust, and the AI will then counter-adjust to what the player is doing.
In AC2, we have a bunch of new weapon types. We have maces, 2-handed weapons, axes and swords.
Hammers, spears, halberds, different types of daggers, hidden blades, 2 hidden blades.
These allow for a lot of interesting variety to the combat. In AC1, the only thing you could do in fight with the hidden blades was counter kills. There was nothing else. But this time around, it counts as a full weapon.
You're going to want to be more visceral. You're going to want to attack. You're going to want to kill. You're more of a badass.
Progression for me is life.
Progression for me is one of the most important parts of the game.
So progression is really important for us in Assassin's Creed 2.
We live the life of someone. That was the main idea, when we say, let's have a character for over 30 years.
We really want the player to feel the same emotion that the character has throughout his quest to avenge his family.
I'll kill you for what you've done!
Our game begins in 1476 and it ends in 1503, so it's a considerable span of years for a video game.
It's the height of the Italian Renaissance. This is when the most beautiful paintings, the greatest sculptures, the most wonderful architecture are all being built and created. And at the same time, it's a period of political intrigue and drama and and violence as well.
What do you want, Vieri?
So many things. A prettier bride. Oh, and yes, your life.
There was a lot of really sparks of energy and interesting ideas that happened during that period. We also want our character to go through a change.
I think the mission structure is completely compatible to the time span that we want to cover, in the sense that it allows us to have some flexibility and really focus on the most poignant events that happen in history and in Ezio's life throughout his progression.
Throughout the game, he's going to encounter people.
I was hoping you could help me with something.
He will have friends that will teach him abilities. He will be taught fighting by his uncle. He will learn a few skills from the different groups of different factions in the crowd.
I'm going to teach you how to survive.
He'll also learn by himself a few tricks. And this will make sure that the player progresses in the game in a way that always varies the experience.
If your character isn't evolving and it's not you're not looking, oh, what's my next new toy, or what's the next thing that I'm going to get to play with, the game will feel stale. So it's very, very important that the game feels refreshing. Every new mission that you play, there's something to look forward to at the end of it.
The more and more the game progresses, the more and more anger he has, and the more he has to let out that anger. So the moves just keep coming and coming and coming on what he can do with the different weapons that he has.
You start with just basic sword attacks and the ability to defend yourself. And then we introduce disarming and counter kills, and then from there it all opens up.
Player will be requested to actually buy some of this gear. For example, we have the armors, which will give him more health points, hit points in general.
He starts with various sets of armor, the first one being just leather armor, and then it moves throughout more metal armor, provides him more protection.
In AC1, we sort of gave the player, without any choice, this is what you're going to learn next. Whereas in AC2, the player has much more choice.
Since such a large part of Ezio's story is him, answering the question, who am I and what am I doing here and what's my purpose? You can't answer that question in a year or two. It takes the span of almost his entire life.
My name is Patrice Deslay, and I'm the creative director of Assassin's Creed 2 here in Montreal. Well, I know there was a lot of rumors of where Assassin's Creed would go next. So after the Third Crusade, we picked up not the French Revolution, didn't pick the Mayan or the samurai. We picked Italian Renaissance, and we picked it because we felt that it was one of the most fascinating moments in history. Italy during Renaissance and even today is one of the most beautiful countries in the world, and we felt like we could reproduce those beautiful cities that are Florence and Venice in 3D, and would just be a perfect fit again for Assassin's Creed 2. When we went to Italy, first we had an Italian guide with us telling us, okay, this building is Renaissance, this one is medieval, and this one was built only like 100 years ago. So we could really, in our research, do the difference between the architecture. And then doing our research, we could also say, okay, this building was not exactly like it is now. If I take an example, the facade of the Duomo in Florence wasn't built at the time. And the facade that you can see now, if you go there, is from the 19th century. It's gorgeous, but we cannot use it. But since it's Assassin's Creed and it's like a work of fiction, we bend the rules a little bit about that to make the game looks as good as possible. So if I can summarize the story of Assassin's Creed 2, it would be the story of Ezio Auditore di Firenze, a young noble during the Italian Renaissance in Florence, who something happens to him at the beginning of the story, and he will have to learn how to become an assassin if he wants to survive and if he wants to avenge his family. Vengeance is the first motivation of the main character, of Ezio. He does his thing first because of vengeance, and it will always be there. There's some characters that you will not be able to eliminate, so this vengeance upon those characters will still remain, but it's not the only motivation for the main character. The character is someone also that is that has friends, that makes friends with, you know, he's really good socially, so you'll have a bunch of friends around him, and he will do missions for them. So it's not only about you know, this vengeance thing, but it's the spark that starts it all. Ezio is a really different character, by the way, from Altair, the main character of Assassin's Creed 1. Altair was really a character about following the creed of the Assassin's Creed. He was a warrior monk, was really good and gifted at assassinating people, but not only that, but free running and climbing and fighting. Ezio has some part of Altair where he is gifted also. He's like, when he's young, he's like, he's got that prodigy, you know, something about him that makes him special. You could see that, yeah, he's good at running, but he's good at running from fathers of really good-looking girls, more than, you know, running from guards because he killed someone. So the main character at the beginning, Ezio, is really that guy who lives that dolce vita. And then that thing that will happen to him will transform, and the character that is really gifted will become really this master assassin, but still remain this character that loves life, that is a seducer of women, that has panache. What we want to give to players in Assassin's Creed 2, that is the main focus of our production and what we're trying to do. First thing is variety. Give more variety to the player, to the end user, than we did in the first game, where it was a bit repetitive. And this time around, it's all about changing the experience, changing the amount of missions we're giving to the player, being a lot more Hollywood-like than we were in the first game, changing the pace, surprise the player with different gameplays, and etc., etc. So really, more variety is the main focus of Assassin's Creed 2. There will be a lot more wow moments in Assassin's Creed 2 than there were in Assassin's Creed 1 for sure. The structure is totally different, so without this like structure that was a little bit constrained us in a way of doing mission. Without this constraint, we can make it like much more unique each time you play a mission, thus having more wow moments. Assassin's Creed 2 will be out on PS3, Xbox 360, and PC this holiday season.
I like how the next video that got recommended to me is Odyssey Broke Me by Lasers. Which is like the biggest like Odyssey critic video on YouTube, basically. Actually, I watched a little bit of that earlier, so maybe that's why. But yeah, no, for a shot, happy to showcase that. And yeah, it's really great seeing that Death Diary, and kind of like the ideas that they had that went into creating Ezio as a character, and you know, kind of like also the time period and all that. Very, very interesting insight there. But yeah, the plan of course is for every game to also showcase the behind the scenes stuff, so every time we play like a major AC game, we're gonna also showcase the making process of the game and what's like available to find on YouTube. You've seen the video Blue Tech? Yeah. I remember when it came out and how much controversy it created. But he's definitely making good points, I feel. Also very harsh about Odyssey, that's for sure. And I actually don't agree with him on everything. I do agree with him on a lot of things that he says about Odyssey. I think he's still nailed his critic for the most part. Yeah, let's get back into AC2. Just got back from the Verdi Pazzi assassination. And now it's time to talk to Mario and celebrate the victory.
And here he is,
Our campione, Ezio.
Oh, hey, Ezio! I see you've wasted no time starting the celebration.
And why not? You've done us a great service, Nipote.
Tight,
With
yeah!
Vieri dead, La Toscana
Long
will
may
go
she
quiet
time.
once more. Do you know what that means?
Basta lavorare. Si passa tutto il giorno a bere.
E a puttane!
What? It's true. Come, Ezio, walk with me.
Yes, uncle.
Come, Ezio, walk with me. Infinity, dude. Thank you so much for the 25 months of resubbing. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a good day so far. And yeah, thank you for joining. Change of plans. Learn about the villa and discover the codex pages hidden there.
The Pazzi answer to another. Spaniard.
He is Rodrigo Borgia, one of the most powerful men in all of Europe, and leader of the Templar Order.
Which makes him responsible for the murder of my father and brothers.
Yes, and he will kill you too, given the chance.
Then I must stand against him if I wish to be free. But not until every other Templar has fallen to my blade. Father's list will guide me.
Where will you go next?
Firenze. Francesco de Pazzi will share the fate of his son.
A sensible next step. No doubt he intends evil for the city. All right, that's enough grim talk for one night. I'll be in my study if you need me.
I shall read the letter my uncle gave me.
Messer Francesco, I have done as requested, and...
Yeah, we did read that earlier. When your phone goes out. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, that's fair, dude. Hope you have a good time out. Still can't take any money from the chest, but we should unlock the renovation part very soon.
Look familiar?
On the codex pages.
Yes. Your father managed to find and translate a few before he...
Here.
This is not your father's work. Someone else has translated it.
Leonardo da Vinci, a friend.
Do you see the way the words cross from one page to the next?
There is something underneath it all. Some kind of map. Where is it supposed to lead?
Your father and I managed to make out bits of a prophecy scrawled across these pages. It was written by an assassin like us, who long ago held a piece of Eden. His name was Altair. He spoke of something powerful and ancient hidden beneath the land.
What is it?
What indeed? Solving that little mystery is exactly why we collected these pages.
Then let me help. It's time I take on my father's work. All of it. I'll start with the page I took from Vieri. Leonardo will decode it for us.
Bene. Return here when time permits, and we'll add it to the wall.
Alright, so we actually already have codex pages that got unlocked, I think. Let's have a look. Document. Okay, so what I'm actually gonna be doing is I'm gonna be reading the pages whenever we collect and translate them. And then I might be reading them all at the end again, but I want to kind of like follow the chronology of how we get them during the game. So first we have is page 2. I'm also gonna be having like a checklist where I check the ones you already have read and translated. And this one is just like kind of like an image between the Templars and the Assassins. And how it also is kind of like influenced by the religions that they both kind of like stood on, I guess. The Assassins being much more influenced by the Muslims, and the Templars much more by the Christian. And of course, how it was primarily the Crusade like a religious war. But the Templars, of course, and the Assassins didn't really support either much. They just kind of like fought within their shadows. And we have page 3, which showcases the mechanism for the hidden blade. This is how Leonardo kind of like rebuilt the hidden blade and the mechanism. Check off these pages there. Then we have a page about the Eppo. Kind of like see the kind of like structure to the right, which is more ISO-like, and then to the left with the regular Eppo shape. And combined, it's kind of like creating the image and fusion of the ISO and the reinterpretation in religion. And down there you see a priest kind of like talking about, you know, the Apple of Eden and their belief of how the world got created and the Adam and Eve story and all that type of stuff. And all the other people listening to the priest and, you know, believing the same. In a way, it's also symbolizing the power that the Apple of Eden has, which is mind controlling the masses. Which religion, I guess, does to a certain degree. Okay, let me actually extend my numbers here. Sec. Okay, so I have page 12. This is kind of like the cosmic universe with the sun being in the center instead of the Earth. Before that, it was believed that the Earth is in the center of the universe because obviously, you know, humans are very egocentric, and if their viewpoint is, you know, the human viewpoint, then of course the Earth must be in the center of the universe. But yeah, that's obviously not the case. And this is kind of like, you know, already in the 12th century talking about the sun is in the center. Okay, this needs to be deciphered by Leonardo. So I'm not gonna check that off yet. Then we have page 15, which I believe showcases Cyprus. That's actually where Altair went in AC Bloodlines to deal with the rest of the Templars. And it's also the place where he tells his son Darim in Revelations where he hid the apple. But he didn't actually, he hid it in Masyaf. It was just like a way to trick the Templars to look in Cyprus. And we have page 23, which showcases the different assassin parkour techniques. So from, you know, jumping rooftop gaps to hanging off a ledge and all that type of stuff. Okay, gotta check that off. We have page 25. This is about Maria. And Maria, of course, has been and become the wife of Altair later on. She started out as a Templar and also went on to become the decoy for Robert de Sable when Altair tried to assassinate him. However, since Robert wasn't there and Maria wasn't Altair's target, Altair actually spared her life. Then in Bloodlines, they grow closer because Altair actually rescues her, and she also doesn't get accepted by the Templars properly because of her being a woman. So she kind of like rethinks her loyalty to the Templars, and eventually even joins with the Assassins. So she's like an example of a Templar turning assassin. And yeah, that's all the codex pages we have currently. At least the ones that are being translated. Right, I think we have to synchronize with the viewpoint here, don't I? I love the music so much. This one is called Leonardo's Inventions. And actually has 4 different parts which all have like the same melody but like different variations of instruments being used. Right. And the last codex page is actually outside of the city. So gotta go to the outskirts and take the horse there. And yeah, so actually collecting 4 codex pages unlocks 1 health bar for you as well. It also has that effect on your character. Alright, there's a tunnel. We can actually unlock this tunnel through renovations, which will increase both the value for Monteriggioni, but it will also allow you to go inside the tunnel and collect the treasures that are hidden there. Plus, it's also important for Brotherhood. Like, actually has low importance, because when Monteriggioni gets attacked, the citizens and also Ezio and his family take the tunnel to get outside of the city, which connects to the sanctuary itself, which also, of course, has a certain importance for the family, but also for the overall lore and world building of the AC universe. Given like all the characters that it introduces. I have to say I really like the kind of like color palette that they've chosen for AC2. And you can also tell from like the concept art that it's very much inspired by that. Like it's very artistic choice. Rather than trying to have like ultra realistic colors, they did like a mix of like less saturated, and also stylistic choices. Which like I always believe that the less saturated is kind of like part of like going back in time, because you associate black and white with you know, old photographs and video, but make it like a bit colorized because of the enemies, you know, kind of like reinterpreting the past. I think a lack of color actually makes sense from a stylistic aesthetic point of view, which is why I kind of dislike a little bit when the remasters kind of like bump up the saturation all the way and just make the game really not look like it was supposed to.
I'm sure I have just what
Salute, Claudia.
Our uncle is un mostro. This is outrageous.
What's happened?
He's making me work. If Father was here, I'd never be stuck behind a desk like this.
And what are the terms of this supposed enslavement?
Since someone decided we're going to stay here, Zio Mario suggested we try and find the money to repair the villa. Problem is, there isn't any.
I bet I can bring in some money.
Oh, great. More work for me. Well, benissimo. If you start paying for improvements to the town, I'll keep track of them in this book. And since I have nothing better to do, I'll also make note of any objects you bring in from the outside. If you actually get this place up and running, travelers might visit and spend money. Although I doubt anyone will want to come this far out of the city. But if they do, I'll keep the money we make in this chest. You're going to have to show up to take it to the bank yourself. Because when it gets full, I'm just going to take the extra cash for myself. Capito?
Deal.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not gonna miss much money.
I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Exactly. So yeah, we're gonna be collecting everything to get to a maximum like renovation money.
Poor and sick and hungry.
So that means doing all the shop renovations, all the major renovations, all the codex pages, feathers, models, seals, paintings, portraits of Ezio's targets, all the weapons, all the armors, and yeah, that's it. But all of that kind of like adds to the overall value of Monteregione. Talk to the villa's architecto. Was that voice actor?
Buongiorno. Is there something wrong?
Messer Mario hired me to deal with this mess, but I'm an architetto, not a miracle worker. Without money, I can't fix any of these buildings.
And if someone brought you money?
Then we'd be in business. You must be Ser Ezio. Am I right?
Uncle! I like this architetto!
He gets very observant when he can smell mud.
If you want to fix up this town, I'm going to need it. I have a price list here for new shops and renovations. Just bring me gold, make a choice, and I'll begin at once. If I build you a shop, you, as the landlord, can purchase goods there at lower rates. If you invest more money in the shop, you get an even greater discount. As for renovations, well, you'll be bringing the town and villa back to life. As Ser Mario tells me, that was very important to your great-great-grandfather. Plus, when you buy shops and renovations, you'll be increasing the number of people who visit, causing your income to increase. So, let's take a look, shall we?
Yeah, dude, what a legend also in the AC universe. Would never have noticed the same voice actor for his architect when he played this in 2009 when it came out. Was the same as Douglas Shetland in Splinter Cell Chaos Fury. I haven't played that since it came out in 2005. Ah, I gotcha. That's really interesting when you already have heard the voice actor, but then you still don't recognize them. Because they just, you know, change it up like every time. Yeah, it's great to kind of recognize that. Okay, so we're gonna be definitely getting the art merchant. I wanna unlock like all the shops first. So art merchant will allow us to buy paintings, but most importantly will get us the treasure maps, which come in very handy. Then I'm gonna get the first bank upgrade. Then the tailor. And I think that's it for this for now. Okay, and I think then I'm gonna unlock the well, because the well serves the entire city. And water is important.
Buon viaggio!
Okay, let's go ahead and actually check out the well. Because that means you get some money back. One thing I really like is how the city actually changes the way it looks quite a bit through renovations. Like eventually also the main roads are gonna be like how do you say? Gonna have some proper like stone on there and stuff. It's not gonna be just mud. They're gonna have all these flecks on the towers and stuff, and even the weather is gonna be a bit affected by it. It's gonna look a bit more brighter.
Ezio, my boy. I think it's time I showed you something.
I always love this. Kind of reminded me of like, you know, also like James Bond in a way, or like, I don't know, all kinds of movies where they have like, you know, these like secret entrances. Always love that in AC2 as well with Sanctuary. Have like a secret hideout type of thing.
This is the sanctuary. It was built by my great-grandfather to honor the memory of the Assassin Order and protect its secrets. Look around. These are the assassins who guarded the freedom of humanity when it was most threatened. And this is the armor of Altair. Little is known about Altair's life, but his armor is light and very strong. I'd give it to you, but I don't know how to retrieve it. My great-grandfather told me it would remain locked away until all its protectors were made whole. I heard rumors of crypts located throughout Italia, hidden tombs filled with treasure, where these six were moved centuries ago. Maybe they have something to do with it. In my younger days, I sought the six myself, with no success. Perhaps you will have better luck.
In order to achieve perfect synchronization with Ezio, you have to get that armor.
Indeed. That's what we will be doing. Yeah, this is such an important part of AC2 as well, because it really adds to the world building and universe, I guess. Because all of the assassins are very notable assassins throughout time, and two of them we have even seen in the recent AC games. Hey, for 418, welcome in, dude. We're playing Odyssey over the weekend and I had to look up the voice actor for Barnabas, Andreas Asperges. Yeah, dude, he's such a legend in the AC universe. I still remember when I first saw Barnabas and I was like, what the heck, Cesare? Was supposed to be my, my mate? It's so funny because he often speaks like, you know, like villains or enemies. And having him be like your first mate in Odyssey was really interesting. You know, like being one of your biggest allies. But yeah. But if you place a character that yells his words, you can tell it's it's one he's played. Yeah, his yelling voice is so unique. You can definitely tell even when he does it as like Barnabas. Oh, I gotcha for 18. Yeah, that's fair. He also voices like a lot of like small side characters. Like for example, at the Boston Massacre in AC3, he voiced like one of the citizens. But also in Origins, I think, and yeah, like so many small roles as well in addition to the major roles he played. It was funny, kind of like guessing, oh yeah, that's this voice actor who played those characters. Alright, so we have the statue of Gulangar. The male Mongolian assassin used a bow and arrow to shoot Genghis Khan's horse. Darius, the male Persian assassin, he used his hidden blade to kill Xerxes, and this was also the first recorded use of the hidden blade, actually shown in the Legacy of the First Blade DLC of AC Odyssey. Bai Yu, the male Chinese assassin, he used his spear to kill the first Chinese emperor, Qin Shi Huang. Then of course Altair. Amunet, the female Egyptian assassin, she killed Cleopatra with a snake. She was of course the major character in AC Origins, Aya, also happened to be the wife of Bayek. And she's the one kind of like creating the order in like the Brotherhood in Rome, whereas Bayek created the Brotherhood in Egypt. Eutany, the female Babylonian assassin. She poisoned Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great is also very important for Origins because his tomb is where the Order of the Ancients finds the staff. But it's also confirmed that he had in AC2 and the Glyphs actually. And we got Leonius, the male Roman assassin. He stabbed Caligula with a dagger. Yeah, we can uncover all the different tombs of these major assassins in AC2. When we find the disc, we can insert them here, and that will unlock one of the locks towards unlocking ITS armor, which I absolutely love the way it looks. Definitely my favorite armor in this game. Doing good, gotta work for, so it will be the stream on the background. That's the worst what's ever for 18. I appreciate the lurk, dude. I hope work is going well. Yeah, Rod, what a great character as well. I really like Aya. She's grown on me a lot as well. Like understanding better where she's coming from and her motives. I also appreciate that she kind of like recognizes that she's been making mistakes, you know, trusting Cleopatra and stuff, but the whole consequence is really good at the end. The 12 trophies from Platinum in Valhalla. Oh yeah, dude. That's good going. You like how it gets explained why Bayek doesn't get a statue? Yeah, I really like that in both Origins and Valhalla as well. Like how you learn through the Codex pages in Valhalla and the letter at the end that Bayek never wanted to be remembered, and that he also urges Aya to do the same. And Aya tried, right? Like after Bayek says it to her. However, because of a conversation that she has with the rest of the assassin in the Brotherhood at the time, she still got remembered. Whereas Bayek didn't. So I guess Bayek is a true hidden one in a way, because he's been such a major player, but he didn't make a name for himself, I guess. Yeah, dude, when I ended Origins, I just really wish we would have more of Bayek and Aya as well. Like, I wouldn't even mind having like a full game as Aya in Rome. But have like a continuation, because it was such a, you know, perfect setup. And why the Hidden Ones DLC was really nice. There was like so much more they could have done with the characters. You know, like the whole game is about establishing the Brotherhood and the motives. And the way the Brotherhood works, and then they don't really connect to it, but rather go further back in time. Another thing why Odyssey annoyed me a little bit with the time they've chosen. Because, you know, after Origins you don't really want to go further back in time, you want to go, you know, like continue playing what happens afterwards. At least I did. Okay, let's get the treasure map for Montelegioni.
Don't forget to send your friends.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and repair. Yeah, we can't buy the rest of this here. Enough. We'll buy the knife though. Let's do that. And some very nice.
That should do, I hope. And please, come back often.
Come back often. Yeah, really made you question why they went like that instead of like, you know, trying to do Odyssey maybe beforehand or something. I don't know. I actually can't go up here, I don't think. Yeah, not yet. Okay, I think once I get the grab ledge ability, kind of like the climb leap rather, I'm gonna focus on getting all the treasures because some of them aren't available otherwise. Yeah, I guess it's really like the developers trying to appeal to both groups, right? But kind of like failing to really deliver to the old school fans regardless. I think good examples, for example, the Assassin stuff in Watch Dogs Legion. You know, it's just like purely fan service, nothing of it is canon. So kind of like ask yourself, okay, what's the purpose? Like, yeah, make a connection to AC, but then it's completely pointless. And can't be considered canon whatsoever. So like a gimmick, I guess. 1478, Repubblica Fiorentina.
Ezio, you are still alive. Look at this place. The past 2 years have been kind to you.
But you are not the same at all, are you?
I was hoping you might be able to help me with something.
Anything for you, my friend. Haha! You found another one! How exciting! This one is tricky to break. Clever in its use of ancient languages. Maybe if I just... Oh, it seems to be a manual of sorts for different assassination techniques.
May I see it?
Wait, what's that? It's not so much a design this time, just a series of sketches. What to make of all this? Of course, and why not? What an inspired idea.
Can you make it for me while I try what's in that manual fragment?
Take it. I'll have my assistant set up some dummies for you to practice with. Hey, Vincenzo!
Vincenzo, prepare the dummies. Practice what you preach. Practice several new assassination techniques while Leonardo tinkers with the codex pages. Not exactly, it's like, see, we know there's fans of AC also play Watch Dogs, congratulate us on our low effort. Yeah. It really begs the question, like, why, right? Other than just drawing in people, I guess, that enjoy Assassin's Creed, but ultimately disappointing them. Well, that's the thing, right? It didn't actually disappoint that many people. Like, I've seen quite a few videos kind of like saying how good the DLC was for Watch Dogs, and how it brought back all of these feelings. But I don't know, I felt like while some of the references were interesting and cool, it was also kind of like mostly just fan service, right? Like how it played like all the different soundtracks from like Odyssey, AC2 and stuff. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like nice hearing that music, but it really was nothing more than fan service. I don't know. Wasn't too stoked about all that. Alright, we got the haystack assassination. Next we have the ledge assassination, which you can also do high profile. Like that. And we got the air assassination. I thought it was also weird to not have Syndicate's music, but that apparently is because the rights to the Syndicate music was actually for another label. So that's why also Ubisoft Music, the YouTube channel, doesn't have a Syndicate soundtrack, I think, on it. Because Austin Wintry released it under a label instead of like under Ubisoft's license, which is also really weird if you think about it. But I think it was to kind of like give him another chance to I don't know, market it or something. I don't know. I remember reading about that when I looked up the soundtrack for Syndicate, and I think that's the reason why they didn't get the rights to use it in DLC. It's still a shame that they didn't get to solve it out, because it would have been perfect as a reference. But you know, they could have also chosen like Valhalla instead of like Odyssey. Because for Valhalla, they definitely do have rights.
I've done it. Come quickly. Look. Take it. Try it.
Thank you, Leonardo.
Non c'è di che.
There's someone I need to see while I'm here. I cannot approach him publicly. Would you know a way?
La Volpe.
The fox.
Shh.
Capisco. But do you know where a fox might roam?
Perhaps near the mercato, where the thieves dwell. Sta attento, amico.
I love Ezio's look on the face. Like, kinda evil.
We pride ourselves on delivering good quality at fair price. Hurt someone. See for yourself.
Did I just hear a feather? Yeah, that's a feather. No worries whatsoever, Rod. Thank you again so much for coming by, dude, and for joining. Really hope you have a good rest and a good night. And I'll also go ahead and give you a shout out here for anybody that hasn't checked out your channel yet. So if you haven't checked out Rod yet, he's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. Has a huge knowledge on the series and the lore and all of that. And also playing through quite a few AC games currently. Just finished with Origins and then Black Flag. And so next weekend he's actually starting a new game, which is yet to be decided. It's kind of like playing kind of like all the way through, like kind of like randomly between the AC games. However, starting March /April, he's gonna be starting his annual series playthrough as well, where he's kind of like playing through the games chronologically. So that's also coming up in a few months' time. And apart from that, he's playing lots of different games, from horror to RPG games like The Witcher 3 and loads of others. So definitely recommend checking that out for a good variety of content and a really fun streamer to watch. And that's the worries whatsoever, Rod. More than happy to give you a shout out, dude. You have a good night, and I definitely talk to you soon. Okay, so we got the Mercato Vecchio, or Vecchio. The center of Florentine business, the Mercato Vecchio served all the shopping needs of the city. To quote Antonio Pucci, a 40th century Florentine poet, physicians dwelt around for every ill, and here were linen clothes and flax merchants, pork vendors, and apothecaries. The Mercato was established first in Roman times as the site of a forum, and only in 1030 was first documented as a marketplace. Staple foods from the countryside like grain were the most popular goods sold, followed by wool. However, shoppers became bored with the basics, to quote a 50th century poet Io Panormita. For halfway down the street stands the happy whorehouse, which you will know by the very smell of the place. Lovely. Okay, so we actually got some feather down here. There's also an animus glyph on this side. Okay. We'll have the feather first, I think. Let me go for glyph.
Do you see what's going on? Not yet, but you will.
Instruments of power. Power they wielded cut down their enemies. Have a quick break and then we're getting introduced to the team. Oh, very nice. That's really good. I'm glad you had a good first day. But it's been interesting so far. That's good. Oops. Right, so first we have Otto von Bismarck, Germany. Then we have Perseus, Greece. Attila the Hun, Eurasia. Samson, Hebrew. Alexander the Great, Macedonia. Sigmund, Norse. Charlemagne, Europe. King Arthur, Britannia. And Joan of Arc, France, as well as Aeneas, Troy. So the hint here is basically cut, which is highlighted in red. That of course means we're looking for the sword here, the Sword of Eden. We have Perseus and the Hydra. Attila the Hun, wielding the sword on his left side. We have Sigmund, King Arthur, and Joan of Arc. Piece of Eden number 25, sword. In their hands, the wise lean on a great force. We have King Louis XIV, France. Emperor Shunzi, China. John the Baptist, Jerusalem. Achilles, Greece. Amenhotep III, Egypt. Alexander the Great again, Macedonia. King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, Spain. Shabbataka, Egypt, Peter, Jerusalem, and Moses, Egypt. So we're looking for something to lean on, like the Staff of Eden. So first we have John the Baptist with the staff on his left side. And we have Alexander the Great wielding the Staff of Eden, which you also find in Origins, or at least Caesar did, when Aya showed him the tomb of Alexander the Great. Then we have Shabbataka, Egypt, Peter, Jerusalem, and finally Moses, who used the Staff of Eden to perform the illusion that he split the ocean, essentially. Piece of Eden number 34, Staff. Here's something shimmering. Pfeffer. Good. Over here we have Santa Maria Novella, the first great basilica in Florence. Santa Maria Novella was consecrated in 1420 despite being unfinished. The famous humanist Leone Battista Alberti designed the upper facade, completing the church in 1470. However, Santa Maria Novella's origins extend back before the Crusades to an ancient Auditore, located on the same site with a hidden tomb underneath. As of today, the tomb has not been uncovered. On a related note, one of my favorite quotes is located inside the basilica, written on the image of a tomb. Quote, "I was once what you are, and what I am you will become." There's another viewpoint here. I can't really climb up here, can I? Ivakes, good morning, dude. Hope you're having a good start into the day so far. Yeah, it's going very good, dude. Playing my favorite game of all time. Some good old AC2 action. Currently exploring Florence in Italy. Nice, we got another codex page nearby. Money. Okay, we could use the money here to distract the guards, however, in like a group of thieves or like courtesans would be much better. I don't think I have any nearby. Yeah, not really. So we're just gonna go ahead and utilize the moneta. We love ground coins. Indeed, dude.
Man, that's more like it.
Silver and gold?
Denaro! Oh, yes! That's more like it.
Gold?
Quattrini! Oh, yes! That's more like it.
Coins?
La Quattrini! Dove? I won't escape!
There's somebody with some money. Somewhere.
Cazzo! Cazzo! Stay back!
Oh, fuck.
Can't catch me!
What weg?
Sorry. I am poor and hungry. Mercy!
I made him fall down. But myself as well. Apparently this guy stole money from us sometime. So he... What are you doing?
But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
It's funny how the parkour in these games is smoother than in Valhalla. Yeah, the parkour in the early games is actually really good. It's still my favorite parkour system, I have to say. Because it really works very reliable and you still have like a lot of like mechanics like the side ejects and all that type of stuff. It's really a joy to play, given how well it works. And the game worlds of course have also been designed very much to kind of like you know, surf it. When did it start going downhill, do you think? I mean, when it comes to parkour, I definitely would say that with AC3 they kind of like simplified it a little bit. Because in AC3 you have to do like less to do the same stuff you did in these games. But also these games just had all the tombs and stuff, so a bigger focus on kind of like, you know, dense towns with lots of rooftops and architecture. But it makes sense, right? In AC3, like, you have the colonies, so like not quite as big cities. So the parkour had to be changed. And I think it makes sense for, you know, AC3. And it's still like a really good parkour system. It's very smooth and you still have like a lot of menu impacts and stuff that you can do. And even some advancements, but definitely simplified some aspects a little bit and made the game world not quite as much about parkour as these games. But other than that, Origins is really where they did go ahead and simplify it a lot. You know, Origins, but also Odyssey and Valhalla, you just gotta press, you know, A and forward and you get on top of everything most of the time. You can also climb anything, so there's not a lot of thought process going into that. And yeah, all the mechanics in Unity and Syndicate had, like, you know, voting and parkour down is removed for the most part. So I definitely think like Origins is when it really got streamlined a whole lot.
Faster and faster! Stay back, dog! I don't want to die! You
Oh yeah,
have the pouch!
1.5k. I take that money gladly. But yeah, I would just really love to see like another AC game that really has a dense city with lots of rooftops and really like a game world designed to, you know, have like a playground for parkour really, because that's what the early games did for the most part. Also like the freedom of, you know, going into multiple directions at the same time, and all of them being like viable paths. Fox Hunt. Locate La Volpe, the fox, somewhere near the Mercato Vecchio.
Verdura! Verdura appena colta! Lattuga! Pisa! Guardate che meraviglia queste spigole!
What? My pouch.
Oh,
my money.
your money! I don't have your money!
Give me back my money.
Back here.
Make me.
You're making a big mistake, my friend. Enough of this.
Actually, don't wanna
Give up.
I wanna get him yet.
Return what you've stolen.
Would if I could, but I can't.
I want him to go on the rooftops.
I'll run you through when I catch you.
Now where is the fun in that?
He's actually voice actor for Salai in Brotherhood as well, in the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC. Okay, I guess he's not going on rooftops.
Price is so low!
I really have no interest in hurting you. So give me back my money and we'll call it even.
Not so fast.
What do you want? Who are you?
They call me many things. Murderer, tagliagole, thief. But you may call me La Volpe. At your service, Messer Ezio.
How do you know my name?
It is my business to know everything in this city. Isn't that why you're here?
Indeed. I need to find someone. To know where he'll be before even he does.
Who?
Francesco de Pazzi.
There's word on the street of a caravan just arrived from Roma. A secret meeting at sunset tonight. You can learn something of Francesco's whereabouts there.
Do you know where it is to be held?
Ma certo. Let me know when you are ready, and we'll go. Ah, yes. Here is your money.
I need that money. I like how we got the money back, but then another 1.5k for like good measure. It's like, yeah, sure, I take that. But yeah, La Volpe is of course another assassin who's kind of like guiding Ezio and helping him out early on in the game. Essentially, he introduces us to the thieves. Of course, he's like, you know, the leader of the Thieves Guild in Florence. But also the assassin tombs, which he guides us towards.
You are not allowed!
La Volpe. Date of birth unknown. Profession, thief. There's almost no trace of La Volpe in the history books. The name's obviously a pseudonym, but for whom is anyone's guess. What small data is available seems to be almost mythical. La Volpe is reported to have robbed the Pope's carriage without any of his guards noticing, including the Pope, who was sitting inside the carriage. One night in 1467, he was seen on the rooftops of the Palazzo della Signoria, the Palazzo Medici, and Santa Croce, all at the same time. Some claim that he's immortal, never aging, while others say that his violet eyes can see through buildings, perusing the contents inside. That's kind of like a hint towards the eagle vision that he has, which is more like Arno, meaning that he can actually see through the walls in some cases. Obviously, that's something that Ezio and Altair couldn't, but for example, the Fright Twins, but also Arno, they could see the wards. Technically also Edward, because Edward could tag somebody, like first had to see somebody, and if they then would go behind like a wall or something, he could still see them.
Follow me, but we must move fast. Think you can keep up?
Nessun problema.
See you there. Meet La Volpe at Santa Maria Novella.
What are you doing back there? I said to keep up with me. Here we are. Francesco Di Pazzi is meeting his people inside that church.
How do I join them?
There are catacombs that run under the city. They will lead you to a place where you can eavesdrop on the meeting. Grip that stone handle. Turn it, then slide it down.
Thank you for all your help, Volpe.
Buona fortuna.
Oh yeah. It's time for tombs.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, man.
I just need it.
This is the lamb
Where's
sauce.
the lamb
That's the lamb
sauce?
Right here, chef.
Lamb sauce is coming up.
Where's the lamb sauce? Maybe gonna find it in this tomb. Novella's secret. Infiltrate Santa Maria Novella's catacombs to reach a Templar meeting. There's no lamb sauce down here. Not as far as we know, at least. Eva Max, welcome back to it. Maybe Cass? Maybe. Yeah, exactly, Max. The ultimate Gordon Ramsay, Bully McGuire crossover we all need. yeah, you could create some good memes, Cass.
How long do we have to stand here, Saverio? It's so cold.
What do you want, Hilario? Messer Pazzi is paying us good money to watch the entrance, and the dead won't try to murder us. I can't wait to go home to Elena and tell her how much gold we made tonight.
I don't think you're gonna make a whole lot of gold. Just saying. It's actually really interesting because this guy looks quite a bit like an assassin with his hood, but obviously not really with his like loadout. Definitely looks to be like an assassin hood that he has.
Not you! Ha! Nice try! Move! Not you!
Are you good?
There, on him!
What the heck? A death pose for. Yeah, no kidding, Mona. Definitely was worth his acting money.
The door! Keep watch while I go look. This was supposed to be an easy job.
I told you we shouldn't have come here! If I hear anything, I'm running to the other guard post, so help me God!
Yeah, if you hear anything. Perfect decoy here with the guards right next to the haystack.
Saverio! I'll be back with the other guards! Yes. I think I know the way.
Nope, he didn't. So that's actually like a kind of benefit from getting the guy before he reaches his target, because he's gonna warn the other guards in that case. But if we get him before, he doesn't, and they're unaware that we come.
Leave me alone! Run faster!
Jeez. Almost failed that because I was jumping against the wall. But yeah, we still made it, and he couldn't warn the other guards, which means we can get to the meeting stealthily. Kind of funny if they actually play cards now. If the guy would have gotten here, they would actually wait in this room, because there wouldn't be any way to not start a conflict.
Et benedictio Dei omnipotentes, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, descendat super vos et maneat semper.
Grazie, Padre. Bernardo?
It's all here. Swords, staves, axes, armor, bows. Our men will want for nothing.
I take this gift to mean the Pope consents.
He gave his blessing to the operation, as long as nobody's killed.
We're all set for the Duomo in the morning, Signore. The bait's been laid, but it wasn't easy. His fool brother keeps changing his plans.
See, we'll need to be on hand to make sure Giuliano even gets out of bed for church tomorrow.
What is it, Jacopo? Do you think they suspect something?
Impossible! The Medici are too arrogant or too stupid to even notice. Likely a bit of both.
Do not underestimate our enemies, Francesco. Or have you already forgotten how your son was murdered?
We'll suffer no such surprises this time, Maestro. You have my word.
Molto bene. I should be off. I've some other business to attend to before I return to Rome. Gentlemen, tomorrow, a new sun rises over Firenze. May the Father of Understanding guide us.
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
Well, I thought Jacopo looks over to Francesco to the side there like he's gonna screw it up or something. Really showcases how not unified they are.
Look at that statue. It's identical to one in the Villa Auditore. I think you've stumbled onto one of the assassin's tombs Ezio's uncle mentioned.
Indeed, and that's the tomb of Darius.
Now that we know the way in, I'll tag the landmarks containing tombs in the database.
So that flashback to AC1 with the soundtrack there.
I know where Francesco will be and when, but...
What is it?
I overheard something. They have weapons, enough for a battalion. Even the Pope has given support.
Typical of Sixtus, but... What the hell are they planning?
I couldn't understand the specifics, but it involves the Medici, and it begins tomorrow morning at the Duomo.
The Medici will all be there for Sunday service. Along with the rest of Firenze.
They're going to do it right in the middle of High Mass.
But it's also a chance for me to blend with the crowd, get close, and stop this madness.
If they succeed, if we lose Lorenzo and Firenze falls to the Pazzi...
It will not come to that. I promise.
I hope you are right.
Oh, it won't come fully to that, but definitely will lead to some deaths. Oh nice, we got some money in Villa Auditore. Oh yeah. Yeah right, why didn't he? To get all the information that he needs. Watching some cutscenes. And I've got some thieves nearby or something. I heard a coin. Yeah. There's some thieves.
Right. What's the plan?
You guys.
All right.
Get some money here.
Stay back! Don't kill me, please, Master. Take it. Just don't kill me.
I want no part of this.
Please, Master. Take it. Just don't kill me.
You will not get away.
Moneta.
Till I get my hands on you.
We could get the rest of a leather set actually. Let's go ahead and do that. The leather embraces and the leather chest guard.
You'll be well satisfied, I know it.
Is there a special place for Luigi like that?
You shouldn't be out here. And so you did it.
In these hard times, offerings can be brought directly to the priory entrance all days save feast days.
What up? We can see like some feathers from here. Oh, there's one.
Next week's public mass with the cardinal would have to be cancelled for small outbreak of the plague. Pray for his recovery and the confinement of the dread death to the small, unimportant village he was in. To all ragazzi of suitable age, the city guard is recruiting volunteers for the road patrols and city reserves. Why serve with mercenary condottieri who would uphold the honor of the Republic? State attenti. Good Fra Donato wishes to remind all earnest Christians of the need for charity in these hard times. Offerings can be brought directly to priory entrance all days, save feast days.
Kinda wanna find an art merchant soon. Also wanna get the other treasure maps for the different districts in Firenze. And we can also visit Leonardo, and he sent us some codex pages as well as reading them.
We run an honest business. No fancy prices here.
Leonardo!
Ezio, so good to see you. How can I help you? Haha! You found another one! How exciting! This goes down here, I take that up there and blend it with... I've got it.
Alright, we got page 9. Over time, any sentence uttered long and loud enough becomes fixed, becomes a truth. Provided, of course, you can outlast the dissent and silence your opponents. But should you succeed and remove all challengers, then what remains is by default now true. Is it truth in some objective sense? No. But how does one ever achieve an objective point of view? The answer is that you don't. It is literally physically impossible. There are too many variables, too many fields and formula to consider. We can try, of course, we can inch closer and closer to revelation, but we never reach it, not ever. And so I've realized that so long as the Templars exist, they will attempt to bend reality to their will. They recognize there is no such thing as an absolute truth, or if there is, we are hopelessly under-equipped to recognize it. And so in its place they seek to create their own explanation. It is the guiding principle of a so-named New World Order, to reshape existence into their own image. It is not about artifacts, not about men. These are merely tools. It's about concepts. Clever of them. But how does one wage war against a concept? It is a perfect weapon. It lacks a physical form, yet can alter the world around us in numerous, often violent ways. You cannot kill a creed. Even if you kill all of its adherents, destroy all of its writings, these are a reprieve at best. Someone, someday, will rediscover it, reinvent it. I believe that even we, the assassins, have simply rediscovered an order that predates the old man himself. Which, of course, are the hidden ones, as you find out in Origins and Valhalla. Page 13. The Hidden Blade has been a constant companion of ours for over the years. Some would even say it defines us, and they would not be entirely wrong. Many of our successes would not have been possible without it. Still, the device has begun to show its age, and so I have been researching improvements beyond ending the need to remove one's finger to wield it. The first is the addition of a metal plate that can be used to deflect incoming blows. The other assassins believed it is forged of a new metal, and credit me with the discovery of a formula included on this page. That is. It is better that they not know the truth. I've also worked with Malik to describe new methods of assassination, from on high, from ledges, and from hiding places. Basic movements, but critical nonetheless. The third and final improvement is the most simple. The provision of a second blade, identical in every way to the first. Should an assassin ever find himself tasked with dispatching two targets, he need only time a strike in such a way that he might reach both at the same time. These blades will be limited in number, since the metals with which we forge them remain difficult to obtain. I will need to think carefully about who shall be allowed to carry two. So that's how Ezio gets the second one. But also showcases that the metal and material that they need is very rare. Oh, it's not really named by Altair what it actually is. And we have page 16. The apple is more than a catalogue of what which precedes us. Within its twisting, sparking innards, I've caught glimpses of what will be. Such a thing should not be possible. Perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it is simply a suggestion. How to know, how to be sure. I contemplate the consequences of these visions. Are they images of things to come, or simply the potential for what might be? Can we influence the outcome? Dare we try? And in so doing, do we merely ensure that which we have seen? I'm torn as always between action and inaction, unclear as to which, if either, will make a difference. Am I even meant to make a difference? Still, I keep the journal. It is that not an attempt to change or perhaps guarantee what I have seen. So this idea kind of like, looking into the future through the apple. And he's kind of like thinking about, if things are fated or if he has any, power to change what he has seen. If things are meant to be the way he's seen them, or if he has, an impact on the outcome. Page 18. We are obligated to hide, to be silent, to shape the course of history in secret. But some of my brothers and sisters disagree. They grow angry, insisting it is a mistake to shroud ourselves. They say it slows our work, but they do not understand the risk. To expose ourselves now would be too dangerous. I fear we would be branded madmen and attacked. So it goes. So it always has. If there is one thing I know for certain, it is that men do not learn by being taught. Instead, they must be shown. They must make the connection themselves. If I say unto a man, be kind, be tolerant, be of an open mind, these words will wither and die long before they could have effected change. It would be a waste. And so we must maintain our course. Page 20. I have studied the ancient pagan faiths that came before this more recent obsession with a single divine creator. They seem to have focused more on the fundamental forces at play in the world around us and less on arbitrary moral roots. The sun rises in the morning and sets in the evening. The tides ebb and flow. Grass grows, withers, dies, and then in time emerges from the ground once more. The air turns warm, then cools and back again. Some hidden energy keeps us fitted to the ground and pulls us back when we attempt to leave it. Gravity. Each of these movements was represented before by a god or goddess. Each force given face but recognized as something distinct and powerful. Which is not to say there were not connections between these forces, a pantheon of individual spirits or fruits. Invisible hands guiding the progress of the world around us. And so here there was an attempt to categorize, study, explain and understand the way things work, even if it was flawed. But no more. Now we are asked to succumb to a far more simplified explanation. How naive to believe there might be a single answer to every question, every mystery. That there exists a lone divine light which rules over all. They say it is a light that brings truth and love. I say it is a light that blinds us, and forces us to stumble about in ignorance. I long for the day when men will turn away from invisible monsters and once more embrace a more rational view of the world. But these new religions are so convenient and promise such terrible punishment should one reject them. I worry that fear shall keep us stuck to what is surely the greatest lie ever taught. So this throws some serious shade on religion, and kind of like, saying that there's like one single creator, like God, and how God can be the answer to everything. So what idea tries actually to understand the world rather than, using that as an excuse. He's even making a point about how some of the older religions were, even further advanced because they tried not to find a single reason for everything, but rather they had like individual gods for individual elements and stuff. Indeed. Science. Yeah, Mr. White?
Yeah, Mr. White! Yes, science!
Indeed, indeed. Oh damn, we got even page 30. However, I'm not gonna be reading this until we get to have read all the other codex pages, because it's the last one and also is revealing a bit about of course, the end of Altair's life. Alright. So this also got updated. We now have Jacopo de Pazzi being connected to the Tuscany, but also to Antonio Maffei. And then Vieira de Pazzi has been dealt with, of course. And Rodrigo Borgia is the one leading all the others. Yeah, dude. Magnet scene is so funny as well. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Prevent the conspirators from attacking the Medici family.
There's Lorenzo and his wife. There's Giuliano, Lorenzo's brother. Where is Francesco? There he is. Time to strike.
Crepa! Traditore! Giuliano! No! No! In nome di Dio! Vi scongiuro, pietà! Nessuna pietà! Cane maledetto! Muori! Muori! Muori!
Your day is done, Lorenzo! Your entire family dies by my sword!
Fuck! Murder! And kill! You brought this on yourself! Die! Just die already! Please! I need help!
Have you ever played this game about hardcore map? Yeah, I did. I actually played through all of the AC games up until Valhalla. About the HUD or anything. Have you survived going to the supermarket now for all the sweets? Awesome extra food, but you know, that's fair. If you hope you get some nice food from the supermarket, that's good.
Saved my life.
That you survived.
But the man who did this to you has to pay.
Not now. I need help first. To my home. People I trust there. Can you...
Stay close.
How do you know where a mission start would be?
Losing a lot of blood.
In AC1 gives directions and stuff from landmarks.
Moving as fast as I can.
Yeah, that's true. Like AC1 is definitely more designed without the HUD, like to play without the HUD. But you can still see it in AC2 quite rarely.
I'll kill him. I'll wipe his entire family from the city. They'll be erased.
Yeah, make sure pause real quick. So basically, you still see the mission marker though, right? Like it's very visible most of the time. And if you still pay attention to the dialogue, it often says, you know, okay, yeah, go to Leonardo in Florence, or visit the Santa Maria Novella for the tomb, or stuff like that. So if you know a little bit about the map layout and the towns, that helps a lot. That being said, though, AC1 is a much better game to be played with the HUD than the entire Ezio trilogy. You could definitely notice how the Ezio trilogy relies a lot on minimap, much more than AC1 did. And there's only a few games that I would actually recommend playing without the HUD. That includes AC1, Black Flag, Freeze Rights, Unity and Syndicate are really good, or no HUD actually. And I would reckon Valhalla is also alright, but I haven't played Valhalla without the HUD yet. But the Ezio trilogy really isn't too good without the HUD, because you really need the minimap most of the time. Yeah, Equivision also helps, especially if there's a golden target they leave behind like a trace, and you can actually follow that trace for a good while in time. But yeah, there's definitely some games that play much better without the HUD than others.
Quietatevi, signore. Conserve your energy, or I'll be delivering a corpse. We're almost there now.
Mamma mia! Got to get out of here!
They're killing my guard! Cut his leg! Ha! I'm more than capable of it. I had hoped could be avoided. He will not get away! Ha! I'm more than capable of it.
Seguimi.
Whatever this is about, just leave me out of it, please!
On me.
Lorenzo's been wounded! Aprite la porta!
Yo, that actually had a database entry that I kinda missed out on. For Giuliano de' Medici. Born 1453, profession noble. The playboy to his brother Lorenzo statesman, Giuliano de' Medici was well known for his famous jousting tournaments, his handsome physique, and his illegitimate child. When Giuliano was killed in the Pazzi conspiracy, his son Giulio was considered legitimate due to a loophole in canon law that allowed marriages to occur privately between two people, meaning that his parents could have agreed that they were actually married without telling anyone about it. Watch out, Catholics. Your mistresses have more power than you think. Once legitimately Medici, the child of a tradesman's daughter went on to become Pope Clement VII. Get this. Clement VII was Pope during the sack of Rome in 1527, during which he was taken prisoner in the Castel Sant'Angelo. He escaped his captors disguised as a tradesman. Son of a tradesman's daughter escapes poor paths to become Pope, only become a tradesman's once more. Oh, the irony.
What's the password? Poliziano, open the maledetta porta. By the thrice greatest, come in, quickly! The city is at war! Hurry! Wait. I am in your debt. Tell me, why did you help me?
You are not the only one who lost a brother to the Pazzi. My name is Ezio Auditore.
Ah. You're Giovanni's son.
Assassinations!
Your father was a good man. He understood honor, loyalty.
The Pazzi thugs are storming the Palazzo della Signoria! We cannot hold them off much longer!
No. If they get inside, they'll murder our supporters and put their own devils in power. Then my survival would mean nothing. I have to... Francesco de' Pazzi. Help save our city, Auditore. Kill him.
Oh yeah, we will. Hey there, snakes. Welcome in, dude. How's it going? I hope you're having a good day. Also, Happy New Year to you. Poliziano. Date of birth 1454. Profession, scholar and poet. Somewhat of a prodigy, Poliziano learned Latin and Greek at the age of 10, and by 18 had already become a published author. Lorenzo de' Medici hired him to act as a tutor for his children, but made sure he received a post at the Studio Fiorentino. Unfortunately, Poliziano must not have been everyone's favorite instructor. He died of arsenic poisoning in 1494, probably murdered by Piero de' Medici, his former student. Damn. So if a student killed his teacher with poisoning. Yeah, that's the one, Kes. Assassino. I'm very good, Snakes. Thank you. I hope you've been well.
Francesco de' Pazzi. Brought up as a noble in a city captivated by the newly rich Medici family, Francesco was taught to hate the middle class and its social climbers. Dismayed, he watched as the Medici bank eclipsed his own, and centuries of influence over the Florentine government slipped away. It looks like the Spaniard offered him a solution. Rather than compete in something as dirty as banking, Francesco only had to do one thing for the Templars, one thing to put the middle class in their place for good. Kill the Medici. Giovanni Auditore tried to stop Francesco by putting him in jail, but the Templars took care of that.
What a naked edit. Oh, there's actually a glyph here at San Lorenzo. Let's see if we can find it. Didn't find your spot. Ah, I gotcha, dude. Yeah, that's fair. Have you been playing more AC3? I think I saw you on PlayStation play a bit of that game. What do we have up there? And Versiglyph, nice.
They were mostly heroes. See how the lineage is disrupted? The web of history traps the good, and the evil take what is not theirs.
Brothers. Okay, so we got a line with that slide, and we can both move it. And then we gotta... Okay, hold up. So that... There we go. And Satan said unto Cain, Swear unto me by thy throat, and if thou tell it, thou shalt die. So this of course kind of like Satan is more like the seducing power of the apple, right? And Cain killed Abel for the power that the apple promised. And with that, he kind of is wearing the Mark of Cain, which also happens to be the Templar symbol eventually, the cross. So in a way, Cain is the first kind of like Templar because he's murdering somebody he shouldn't for the sake of power. Thanks, you like speedrun through it because you were bored. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I love AC3. I'm really looking forward to play that game again. Really unique and fresh setting as well in the AC series, at least at the time. And all these things were done in secret. And Cain said, "Truly, I am Mahan, the master of this great secret." Okay, Caroline. This thing. That's. Okay, and then we gotta line that over like this. There we go. It was nice playing with the Tomahawk, to be honest. Dude, the Tomahawk is such a great weapon. I love how it like is both a dagger but also like a stealth weapon as well. And it's just so stylish and fast. Honestly, I don't need any other weapon except for the Tomahawk and AC3. Like, that's all I need, really. Also, like, just the animations, you know. So good. Wherefore Cain was called Master Mahan, and he gloried in his wickedness.
Behold, the Mark of Cain.
The Mark of Cain. Murdering for the purpose of power. Just like the Templars do. And up there, of course, you have the Templar cross as well. Alright, let's have a look what we have so far. There are two naked guys running in a futuristic kind of environment. Who could that be? That's of course Adam and Eve, escaping the Isu city of Eden, carrying the apple of Eden with it. Nice, we actually have an art shop nearby. I would like to visit that so we can get some treasure maps.
Want it? I have it! the latest Vogue artists from Firenze, Venezia, Siena, Urbino, etc. I've traveled all over gathering the finest works for my discerning patrons.
Very promising. Okay, let's get the San Marco treasure map. Then the Santa Maria Novella.
A pleasure. Grazie for your business.
I've never seen a stranger man, truly. You shoot, you are!
Bene.
Signori, I saw Francesco lead a battalion around the back of the Palazzo della Signoria. I fear he may be seeking another way in.
Go, before it's too late. Do what you can!
Errol Francesco. Find and kill Francesco de Pazzi. Oh, nice. Whatever. Whoops. Too far away from the buffet fair.
You again! Why aren't you dead? Men! Slaughter him!
Jesus Christ. Couldn't run to it. It's a shame. Oh wow.
What's his problem? Why can't he walk like everyone else?
Get down, or he's here!
Stop! Stop, you little shit!
You make it look easy, Frank.
Oh, you won't get away!
Your minutes are numbered!
What's it?
Wait till I get my hands on you!
Get back here!
Wait till I get my hands on you!
Oh, the boy thinks himself a master swordsman. So you've drawn some blood. My men will make short work of you. Desisting! You're only delaying your inevitable and painful end. What do you think you're proving? That you're a loyal servant to that dog, Lorenzo? Death shall be your reward. I grow tired of this game. Guards, finitelo!
Okay, I think it would actually make sense to kill these guards here and go into battle. Of a dialogue that Ezio actually says to Francesco. And to what he just said as well. Let's kill these guards.
He's somehow familiar.
Guards! Guards!
No one's coming. It's just us now.
Maledetto che il diavolo ti porti! Stammi lontano!
Now Firenze will judge you for what you've done.
It's over. It's all over.
Meglio essere felici in questa vita che aspirare a esserlo nella prossima. Requiescat in pace.
Libertà! 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 Popolo e libertà!
Libertà!
Francesco?
May you walk the land of the Duats.
Yeah, no kidding, dude. Like how they're like Libertà, Libertà, and the guys at the top throw away from like down Francesco, and are like Si. Libertà. The irony. Thank you, Max. Yeah, a lot of black and dark humor going on here. Ghetto humor, that's it. Yeah, literally. Oh, interesting. So the Templar lair actually did unlock? That's interesting. Lorenzo de' Medici, born 1449, profession, ruler of Florence. Simultaneously keeping the dream of a Florentine Republic alive while leaving the people with very little legitimate power, Lorenzo de' Medici deftly ruled Renaissance Florence during its golden age. Lorenzo's grandfather, Cosimo, built the Medici Bank, creating one of the most powerful financial institutions in Europe, and becoming fabulously rich in the process. Considered the smartest of the Cosimo's grandchildren, Lorenzo was already being sent on diplomatic missions as a child. Although his father was inept and sickly, his mother was a poet. She introduced Lorenzo to many of the prominent artists of the day, instilling in him a love of art and culture. In 1469, when he was only 20, Lorenzo became the head of the Medici family, at which point he quickly gained control of the Florentine government through friends in the city council, payoffs, strategic marriages, and threats. The usual, right? But Firenze prospered with Lorenzo as its puppeteer. A peace was made between the warring states of Italy, and several masterpieces of Renaissance art by the likes of Botticelli and Michelangelo were made under his care. Ultimately, Lorenzo was happier writing poetry and shadow governing than directing his family's bank. During his lifetime, several branches of the bank collapsed, and the Medici assets were wasted on frivolities such as jousting tournaments. Lorenzo died in 1492. Nearly broke, he was unable to prevent the popular backlash against the rich lifestyle and the mad monk Savonarola's rise to power, which is kinda shown later in the second last sequence actually. The downfall of Firenze and Savonarola's rise to power. It's interesting the Templar layer is unlocked, because according to Ubisoft they turn off the servers for activation of extra content, which includes the Templar layers. But I guess since I already had activated it and I'm kind of having game files that are still having that inside the game files, like the extra content, I think it's still available for me. That's great because it means I also can do the Auditore crypt hopefully as part of the of this playthrough. That's perfect.
When I was 6 years old, I fell into the Arno. I soon found myself drifting down and into darkness. Certain my life was at an end. Instead, I woke to the sound of my mother weeping. At her side stood a stranger, soaking and smiling at me. My mother explained that he had saved me. And so began a long and prosperous relationship between two families. Yours and mine. I am sorry I could not save your father and brothers.
You have nothing to apologize for. I believe Jacopo de Pazzi played a part in their deaths. They attack on you as well. I need to find him.
That coward fled before we could arrest him.
Have you any leads?
No. They've hidden themselves well.
They?
Jacopo was not the only conspirator to escape.
If they work with Jacopo, they were surely involved in the plot against my family as well. Give me their names.
Antonio Maffei, Archbishop Francesco Salviati, Stefano da Bagnone, and Bernardo Baroncelli.
Bene. I will go and see my uncle. He has men stationed in the countryside.
Wait. Before you go.
A codex page.
I took it from the files of Francesco de Pazzi, seeing as he clearly no longer needs it. I've always had an interest in things of antiquity, as did your father.
It is meaningful to me as well.
Then consider it a gift. Che il Signore ci protegga.
Jacopo de Pazzi, the money. This guy was the head of the Pazzi family, and he ran their banking business. An associate of Lorenzo de' Medici, he had nothing against him personally. So he hired 4 Templar hitmen to take care of the situation for him. Bernardo di Bandino Baroncelli. Brought up to hate the Medici family for the exile of his cousins, Baroncelli ran the numbers in the Pazzi Bank by day. and murdered for the Templars at night. It was Baroncelli who delivered the first blow. Stefano de Bagnone. Known for his cruelty, Bagnone was trained in Rome as a Templar butcher. It was Bagnone who stabbed Lorenzo de' Medici in the back. Antonio Maffei. Witness to the sacking of Volterra by Florentine mercenaries, Maffei blamed Lorenzo. He joined the Templars to seek revenge. It was Maffei who slashed Lorenzo's neck. Archbishop Francesco Salviati. Convinced he would be the next Archbishop of Florence, Salviati was enraged when Lorenzo stood in his way. But the Templars were there to heal his wounds. It was Salviati who marched their troops into the city.
Okay, let me take care of that account here. Don't need any followers, thank you very much. So that's the conspirators that we need to take care of. So it's 4 targets in addition to Jacopo de Pazzi, who's at the head of this conspiracy.
What's the point of this danza del diavolo?
Oh, nice, you also unlocked some assassination contracts. Okay, I think I'm already going to head...
I've marked the Palazzo Medici on your map. In order to achieve 100% sync with Ezio's life, you should go exploring.
Yeah, that's a Templar lair. So I would like to spend some more time in Florence because I think this is where Leonardo is, right? And I think this will lead us to Venice as well, or at least Forli. Yeah, before we do anything though, I wanna go and travel back to Montediggioni because we can pick up some money and also do some renovations. So next fast travel point would be right next to the main quest, I guess. Let's go for Van.
The city's youth currently gathered and bear their posteriors at our honorable delegation.
You will not get me. Still not back. Guardie! What's mine is yours. Spare me, sir. I am just a servant.
Yeah, thanks for money. I appreciate it very much.
Healing services for all the gods' flock.
I'm great.
Oh, we also unlocked the Auditore crypt. Oh, yeah. I love that tomb so much. And the story that it tells. Okay, let's see. We can actually get some pouches here. The knife bed upgrades. And then gets let's get the medium medicine pouch. We could also dye our clothes as well. Maybe Tuscan Ember. I think for now I'm gonna keep my Assassin Whitefall. Let's go ahead and get some Furry Niceful. And repair the armor.
There you go, sir. Mention me to your amici.
Then it's time to get some money and reinvest it into Montediggioni.
Buongiorno.
Salute, Ser Ezio. Shall we take a look at the list?
We shall. Okay, I think next I would like to get the blacksmith's upgrade, because that would give us 10% off all purchases. So definitely worth it. Then maybe also the tailor upgrade. And okay, that not. Maybe the bang, because it increases the value quite substantially.
Buon viaggio!
Also deliver some codex pages here. We can go down to the sanctuary and insert the disc of Darius. Unlock the first lock. 30 is armor. And we can also deliver some feathers to Aria's chest. I think I'm already gonna be doing the Auditore crypt because it's we got some more money put up. That's quite important lore-wise, and it really tells the backstory to why and how the Auditore family got to Monteriggioni in the first place. Also how they got a lot of the money and wealth that they have. It also draws a bridge to AC1 actually. And to the Polo family, which was very much in connection to Altair. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Let me head to the crypt first. Paying respects. Explore the Auditore family crypt. Venice, 1296. I was raised in a small house by the Venetian lagoon, within sight of the rough, foam-capped waves of the sea. When I was barely old enough to walk, I became a sailor, navigating the Atlantic first as an apprentice, and then by carrying cargo for my father's patron, Messer Marco Polo. It was a good life. So, for those who don't know, this is the backstory of Domenico Auditore, the great-grandfather who also built the Villa Auditore in Monteriggioni. Thank you. Ashore. One day while ashore in the harbor looking for work, I fell in love. She was barely 20, but when I looked into her eyes, the whole world was reflected back, clearer and brighter than the sun. After that I still went to sea, but my heart remained on land with the girl who had become my wife and our young son. Birthright. One afternoon that summer, Mr. Polo called me into his study. My father was already there, beside an older man, dressed in a strange hooded cape, watching us. At that moment everything about my life changed. My father told me that he was an assassin. Removing his ring, he showed me a strange marking on his finger, explaining that our family came from an ancient order that protected and defended mankind. He paused, and then, when I didn't speak, Mr. Polo stepped forward. He told me that the stranger in the hood would teach me, and in return I would carry him across the Mediterranean to Spain. And so began my apprenticeship with Dante Alighieri, one that was to destroy every bit of happiness I would ever have. Welcome back, Levi. Hope you got some nice food from the supermarket. Some nice sweets as well. Got some Milchschnitte and all the sugary cereal. Sounds nice. I do love you some Milchschnitte. A mentor. In preparation for our voyage, Messer Alighieri met with me repeatedly. At first, our meetings were about purchasing supplies, but soon they became about higher things, about life, love, honor, and justice. He taught me that society was set up in such a way as to control its members, to stop us from thinking, from seeing. Soon I could look past all the laws and delusions. I understood that mankind was being used by its rulers, that we, the people, deserve freedom. It was then that Dante began showing me pages from a book that Mr. Polo had brought back from the palace of the great Genghis Khan. The manuscript, the Codex, was about our order, the Assassins. So you can actually see in AC Revelations how Altair has given the Codex to Marco Polo. And what was Marco Polo? I think it was his father actually. That was like given through the Polo family essentially, all the way to Domenico Auditore. That's good, Levi. I'm glad it was a good first day, a good first impression. An unexpected farewell. Our planned voyage never took place. While returning to Ravenna to pick up the remainder of his belongings, Dante died. Dismayed at the loss of my mentor, I went to inform my father and Messer Polo of the sad news. Before I could even speak, I was ushered into the study, with my father, his face white, locked the door behind me. Shocked, I listened in silence as he spoke. Dante intended to take the Codex to Spain, where it would be safe, but he was being watched. The enemy of the Assassins, the Knights Templar, still existed. I recalled the stories he had told me of the Templars, and it all became clear. Dante had been murdered. The Templar knew about the Codex and they knew about us. Shaking, my father told me to take the Codex and leave for Spain at once with my wife and child. As Master Polo ushered me out the door, he handed me a small piece of paper with a number on it. With this number, I could draw on his credit more ducats than I had ever seen in my life at any bank in Italy. And that's how the Auditore actually got a lot of its wealth. It's because Messer Polo, provided Domenico with all of it. Yeah, it's so good. I'm so glad I can still access this Auditore crypt. Because the lore and story in it is just so damn good. That's still like the AC game and timeline I wanna have like so badly. End of the 30th century and the beginning of the 40th, and about Domenico Auditore, as well as Thomas de Carnion from AC Unity. This is super interesting. Let's see. We set sail that night, the ship filled with cargo to sell on the markets of Barcelona. At first, all was well. Then, to avoid a coming storm, we laid anchor in the Otranto harbor. Cloaked in darkness, the pirates came. I didn't see them until they were already boarding my ship. I hid with my family in the hold. Pulling off the Codex, I ran the worn leather cover through my hands. Then, I broke the spine. The pages slid silently onto the floor. I scattered them into the chests, boxes and containers I was carrying to market. The men who found us were drunk. I could smell it on their breath. When they asked for the Codex, I knew who had sent them. Holding back my rage, I said that I had thrown it overboard. They started to laugh. Two held me down, still grinning, while the rest cut off my wife's clothes. She begged for mercy until her voice gave out. Once they were done, they threw her into the sea. They took my cargo and sank my ship, and left me, adrift, clinging to a piece of railing. I made it to the beach with my son. My wife's body washed up on shore the next morning with the tide. This never feels failed to manage to make me feel, for Domenico and his family. It's horrible what happens to his wife. New name. I never saw the sea again. Making my way to Florence, I rented a small room and then visited the bank. I'd memorized Polo's account number. With the vast sum I now had at my disposal, I went to Venice in disguise to find my father. I returned to Florence the next day. Both Polo and my father were already dead. From that moment forward, I collected treatises on architecture, studied the classics and took vocal lessons. I adopted the name Auditore, impersonating a noble at the Florentine court. Accepted as one of her own, I took on the trappings of nobility and constructed this villa for me and my son. And then I hunted them. Raised my son to fight, to find the Codex, and to kill Templars. Together we would regain the honor of my wife and avenge the death of my father. Two debts that could never be repaid. To the Auditore that reads this, remember that you are not a nobleman. You are not one of the deceivers. You are one of the people. Avenge us. And this I find really interesting, you know, how the original name actually wasn't Auditore. You know, how they are not part of the nobility. All of this is just to blend in with society. To become one with the crowd, so to say, and hide in plain sight. So the family Auditore is literally, you know, social stealth scenario. And I guess this vis-a-vis sarcophagus of Domenico and his son. Cheers, Max. Yeah, that's such a good crypt. Always a good time getting to read about that story again. Really draws such a good bridge as well between AC1 and 2. Moneta. Where's Levy? There's another Pfeffer. Let's give it one. Where's another statue? Oh yeah. Diana. I think there's also feather up there, however we can't go on there without climb leap ability, I think. So gonna check it out just in case, but I believe we can't get it just yet. Jesus Christ. Was kind of like testing if I could grab the ledge to the left, like kind of these things that look like climber boats, but yeah, I really don't think we can get it yet, unless we have a climb leap ability. It's just put at a later point.
I've great metal work here.
Hey, Vitamize. Welcome in, boyo. How's it going, dude? Hey there, Momik. Got you to renovate? Yeah, we've already done quite a bit of renovating, but I definitely have a bit more money I could spend technically. But first, want to see if I can deliver Diana's statue somewhere. Let's see. There we go. Diana and Apollo. Together but never touching, one sleeps while the other rises, yet both watch over us. Alright, let's have another look on the renovation part here.
Buongiorno.
Salute, Ser Ezio. Shall we take a look at the list?
Shall we take a look at the list? Yeah. Could get the last bank upgrade. Would definitely be worth it. I think I'll do that. Greatly increasing the value.
Buon viaggio!
Salute, Claudia.
You here to look at the book?
Am I so good? I had a little show now having some chicken Kiev. Oh, nice. So what's a chicken Kiev? I don't think I've ever had that before. Okay, so currently our income is 3.6k. That's not too bad.
A presto, Ezio.
A presto, Claudia. Right. That's all I want to do in Monteriggioni currently. Let's head back to Firenze. I want to do and catch up on the contracts and races and stuff like that.
Bring me your sick and wounded.
Yeah, I think that's it, Max. Oh shit, now I got money again in my chest. Let's go ahead and pick that up then, because we can need all the money. It's espresso chicken, and in the middle is normally garlic butter. Interesting. I mean, garlic butter is always very, very nice. Also love steak with garlic butter. Actually make me hungry right now, not gonna lie.
I've great metal work here.
No need to be shy. Come forward.
You could actually buy a few of the paintings, right? Like the less expensive ones. Like Lady with an Ermine. And we have St. Francis and Ecstasy. And that's all I'm gonna buy for now.
A pleasure, sir. Come again.
Instead of having tomato base on pizzas, you have garlic butter, and my god, it's like 1000 times better. I mean, I would definitely eat a pizza with garlic butter on it. I don't know. I just really love a combination of like mozzarella and tomato sauce. But I definitely eat both, dude. But yeah, garlic butter is really, really good. I could definitely have it on lots of things. Okay, I think I wanna start on the east gate side. Alright, I wanna do this race, as well as the assassination contract as well. Kind of catching up on some of the side activities before we go to the next city. Also give us a chance to get more feathers as well. Let me have a look around if I can see something shimmering. Not quite.
Do you require a medical assistant?
I think I'm good. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to that pitching coop here. It's time for Assassinations. Day at the market. The plot against Florence's supply line has been detected, ended by killing the merchant at the marketplace in the San Marco district, Renzo.
Why are you up here? Leave! There! Oh, you don't! Damn it, bastard! I can't see him! There! On him!
Okay, come on.
Get away from me! Whoa, whoa!
That failed assassination attempt. Look kinda funny. Some bloodletting perhaps? Yeah, but always, you know, fixes issues. Got a broken leg, but I get some bloodletting going. Some fresh caught leeches will do the trick.
Oh, was I in the way? Sorry, my mind was...
Yeah, we were on the way. Always. Okay, where's this merchant?
Come, don't be shy. I am at your
We could get Florentine Mahagoni. I kind of like the black and red accents there. Let's actually go for it to change things up a little bit.
A smart choice. Ciao for now.
Ah, there you are. If I have to be undetected for.
Good people, come, place your order with me. Whether you need fresh statuary, portraiture, devotional works. What's that again?
I think I can't be detected by him, but I can be detected by other guards.
Don't listen to those so-called experts. Extolling the virtues of Botticelli. It'll be
Like that works.
in 10 years' time. Really matter.
Well, aren't you a funny one?
Wonder if you have any thieves nearby, because I wanna get these guards distracted if I can. But nobody around here, it seems.
Che buona fortuna!
Che buona fortuna!
Silver and gold!
Ah, che buona fortuna!
Silver and
Gold.
gold!
Easy way!
Che buona fortuna!
Easy way! Your money mi piace!
Ah, che buona fortuna!
Va bene!
I hear money!
He's here! Say your prayers, criminale!
He's here. Say your prayers, criminale. You think you've seen the feather? Not sure if I've seen the same one. But in general, like how many I'm actually missing in Florence at this point. So 13 total. I got 6 out of 9 in San Giovanni and Maria Novella. Only 2 in the San Marco so far. So there's still quite a few left. I have a viewpoint here.
Not be bad for time, eh?
Where's the tether, I think. Actually that's a chest. Wasn't there a tether in this area though? What up? Let me see something real quick. Yeah, there's the feather. I knew it. Yeah, here we got the chest.
Nicely done!
Thank you.
How do you do that? How does he do that?
see another feather. Over there.
You're not supposed to be here. Go! No one is allowed up here. That's it.
And another feather over there.
Peasants are not allowed up here.
Wonder if I can spot another feather from up here, since it's like quite a good viewpoint. But I don't think so. Do I ever have a Templar lair here? Oh yeah? Let's do this. The Palazzo Medici. Completed in 1455 by Cosimo de' Medici's live-in architect Nicolozzo di Bartolomeo Michelozzi, the Palazzo Medici was constructed as the private residence of a Medici family. It was designed according to the values of humanism, the dominant ideology of Renaissance, which attempts to engage the viewer with structures built on a more humane scale. At least that's the theoretical ideology of a palazzo, but the effect goes something more like this. The outside is foreboding and keeps people out. If a facade could talk, it seems to be saying, "Get back, you do not belong here, you're not important enough to enter." In contrast, the interior courtyard, which only the Medici and their guests saw, has none of the exterior's hard edges. It's full of luscious, curving, rounded arcs, like a wedding cake. It says, "You've arrived, welcome to paradise." In fact, Cosimo both approved the courtyard and rejected an earlier architectural plan by Brunelleschi that would have led to a more open facade. He wanted the Medici fortress inside Florence. And definitely didn't want the populace to have a look inside either. Home invasion. In 1479, infiltrate Palazzo Medici and save Lorenzo from the Templars. So this is technically like 3 years after where we currently are in the timeline. You know, I was actually thinking about for the Kenway saga to do like a chronological run of the events. It would require me to plan out a lot of things and missions, but it would be kind of interesting to go back doing it like that. Because a few years ago I actually done like a historical order playthrough, starting all the way with Odyssey and ending with Syndicate. And for the Kenway saga that meant starting with Black Flag, then kind of like alternating between AC3 and Rogue. Eventually finishing Rogue first and then finishing with AC3. Which was quite interesting. It does go a little bit with the modern day events, but it's a very interesting way playing Black Flag first, and then the other games. I might actually do that, but I have to ponder on that a bit longer.
What happened here?
Signor Lorenzo!
Lorenzo's currently indisposed. Hey, you're the one who killed Francesco de Pazzi. Get him.
With pleasure.
Not you! He's there!
Your mama can't help you this
Right,
Hey for Waffle, welcome into it. Hope there's whatsoever. Hope you had a good day so far.
Coraggio! Sono da solo!
Alrighty. Let's find a way to climb up here. Oh, hold up. Think. Oh, what's the issue here? Let's go this way again. Let's go here. Then we can go up there. Often not bad, can't really complain. Still sleeping like shit, but that's nothing new. How's the stream going? And Waffle, sorry to hear that you didn't have the best of rest. But yeah, the stream is going really well. Been doing some really good progress of AC2 today. Already in sequence 5, I think? Yeah, sequence 5. And yeah, done like a whole lot of side content and stuff like that. And yeah, it's been a great time. Lots of tombs and stuff like that. Renovations. The usual things you do in AC2.
Do I know you? Not you!
Ben, now I have a way back up in case I fall.
That was too tempting to use there. Treasure. What is it? Never mind, that's actually just... Ah, right, yeah. So that's how we unlock the treasures, that's cool.
I know I heard a noise down there. It's time to earn your florins. I want half of you to search the courtyard, the other half come with me to check the chapel.
Si, Capitano.
Then we check the secret passageways.
What about Lorenzo?
By now, Lorenzo is already dead.
Okay, let's chill here for a sec. Oh wow. So I want to do like a double assassination here.
Dannato. The capo will be angry. Another one dead in our distretto. Did anyone see the fight?
Who is killing the sheep? Cazzo, we'll get murder from the guild for this. Anyone see the killer?
Very nice.
I know that man. I'm sure of that. What? Blood? Did anyone see what happened here? Speak! He looks...
Very smart.
Eccolo, damn! Outside of it! Not you! Lorenzo! Porca vaca! Someone, find a way to get inside there!
You heard him? You two, get a ladder!
A ladder?
Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
Okay, do these guys move? I think we're just there at the door.
What are we doing with the ladder?
Lorenzo isn't coming out.
What's taking them so long?
If you both weren't so loud, you wouldn't have heard us coming.
Merda, you were the loud one.
All of you, mind your own business and keep watch.
It opened.
Did you hear that? It came from the bedroom.
Whoever opened it must be in there.
There's an intruder in the bedroom!
Go! Kill him!
Sì, capitano.
Oh boy. A moment of your time. Come over here then.
Where has he gone?
I know that man. I'm sure. Was he not just there?
I don't think that's really a stealthy way to get past these guys.
My eyes playing tricks on me. Was he not just there?
That you!
Where did he go?
Leonardo! We'll
get him. I'm sure.
Shall we dance?
Stronzo, say more!
Non amo che mi si faccia aspettare.
Remember how we took out that Thailand trash?
Right, there we go.
Get back!
Lower your sword. It's me.
Ezio, again you saved me. First they enter my church, now my home.
I'll hunt them down. They won't come near you again.
Look around you. This is one of my treasure rooms. You're entitled to take anything you wish from it, in thanks for what you've done. I trust my apartments are safe now.
Yes, signore. Thank you for this most gracious gift. I must go, but I will come to you again when all the pazzi are dead.
I will not forget what you've done for me. Buona fortuna.
To you as well. So that kind of fits then, like doing it now. At least with the chronology of the events that have happened so far. This chest kind of reminds me of a chest in AC Valhalla, actually. The raid chest. Moneta, the bank. Oh yeah. So I was actually trying to go for a race, but for some reason I got distracted like majorly. Let's go ahead and check it again.
What the devil is he doing? Dangerous, isn't it?
Isn't that thing?
I say.
Easy way! Così mi piace!
Dove? Ah, quattrini! Dove?
Gold!
Quattrini!
Va bene!
Dove?
Gold? Where'd that come from?
There! Don't lose him! I can't see him anymore!
I will kill all them! What are you doing here?
What? That's you! I don't see him anymore.
I don't see him anymore.
I want no part of it!
Must be blind or something.
Quiet day!
Not supposed to be here. Go! Like you! Cats! He's getting clear! There he is!
Fallen archers. Several Pazzi archers attacked the Palazzo della Signoria last night. I've tracked them to the edge of a river in the San Marco district. Kill them.
Good.
Only Messer Giraldi could see this.
Number one.
Just the aberration's heretic heart from his lifeless corpse. Bring the city peace.
What are you doing? Get down, Stronzo!
Whatever this is about, leave me out of it, please!
Alright, there we go. Another assassin contract finished.
Right, your magic.
Right.
Somewhere, lonely fights await your heads!
I love how I can use these different groups, like from the courtesans to mercenaries, thieves, to kind of like distract and keep other guards busy. And embraces were hiding in plain sight, also a little bit because you don't really have to get actively involved in the conflict, even though you're just right next to it. Coffee match with someone on a dating app and it's going well. 2022 might be onto something. That's good, Waffle. I'm glad that it's you know, working out between you two so far. Sometimes actually do what's intended, isn't it? Very rarely, but it can happen.
I'm the best racer in this distretto. They say you're pretty good. I say prove it.
Dude, this guy looks like he's 60 or something. With his white beard and stuff. San Marco Scuttle. I'm the fastest thief in the city. You think you can beat my best time?
Pressing business. Someone
He'll be picking up this bloody corpse. Whatever's on his mind, it must be important.
You're not supposed to be here. Go! Get down!
Get down! Ora! You should not be up here, Stolto!
The Arte del Cambio warns members to avoid the Ventivolios of Bologna.
How long am I streaming today? So I'm actually gonna call it in a sec here actually. This was my last quest that I wanted to do for today. So I'm literally about to wrap it up for today. For AC2 at least.
It has come to the attention of the Signoria that the young men have been climbing the city's buildings for sport. While not illegal per se...
You shouldn't be up here! What the devil are you doing?
It's actually quite a long race. But we did it. Right. I wonder what our current percentage actually is. Is it in the database? Ah, there we go. Stats. So we are currently at 26% synchronization and we played for about 5 hours total. Very interesting indeed. Distance flown, 0. Yeah, haven't gotten the flying mission yet. Alright, cool. No worries, Max. Thank you very much for being here. Also for the lurk earlier. Alright, cool. So yeah, that's where we're gonna call it for today, guys, for AC2. But yeah, we've done some really good progress. Gotten up to sequence 5 already out of 14, so that's also excellent progress main story wise. And yeah, then we also gotten quite a bit of a side stuff done, about 1/4 through the renovation in Montegioni. Also done a few of the side quests like the assassination contracts, some tombs and stuff. So yeah, next time we're gonna be continuing with Florence and the rest of the side activities there. And then we're already heading to Venice. So yeah, on a good pace to get through this. However, for today we are done, so I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining. Thanks again, Marmok, for the follow earlier. Oh shit. That's some intense music there. I didn't realize it was part of Leonardo's Inventions Part 4. There's Waffle. Thank you so much for being here as well, dude. I hope you will be having a good rest of your day as well. No worries for 18. You have a good one as well. Thanks again for being here and lurking as well. Rod, thank you again for the biddies as well. And Infinity, thank you also for the 25 months of resubbing earlier. And yeah, everybody else just for being here, lurking, chatting, and watching the stream. Appreciate it very much. We're gonna go ahead and raid out. I'm just gonna find the raiding target. So let me have a look here. I think we're gonna go say hi to Tylian actually. He's currently playing some Hitman. The very first one, it seems. And that's a game I actually was interested in for a long time. Haven't played Hitman yet. But given how much I enjoy the unique Assassinations in the AC games, I think I would enjoy that game quite a bit. So yeah. Gonna have a look how he's doing. I don't know why the rating got started there. I have a raid in progress. Does it actually showcase the raid for you guys? Because there's literally like nothing on my side indicating there's a raid to be started. It says it's been cancelled. Okay, let me actually reload my stream again. It's kind of odd. Thank you for triggering the commands, Mexi. Okay, let me try this again. Yeah, it says I already have a raid in progress. What the heck? What's up with Twitch? Maxi, does it say that raid is going to be started on your end? Nope. Okay. Yeah, every time I try to start a raid, it just says that the raid is already in progress. Kinda weird. Yeah, we could do a host, I guess, instead. That works. Okay, I'm gonna try that then. I'm gonna be back to tomorrow with Need for Speed Heat, actually. We're gonna be going back into that game, maybe even finishing it, because I'm actually quite far advanced at the game. And once we finish with Need for Speed Heat, we're actually gonna be starting some Spider-Man Miles Morales, a game I've actually been looking forward to for a long time, and that Maxi was so kind to give to me during a giveaway. So yeah, gonna be starting that very soon over here as well. But until then, I'm gonna go ahead and host Tylian, so I'm gonna end the stream and then start the host. So hope you all have a great rest of your day and evening. And yeah, Maxi, I'm also super hyped. Thanks again so much for gifting it to me, dude. But yeah, I'm gonna see you guys next time. Take care and stay safe as well.